Hello, 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 hello. Sorry. Sorry you had to wait so long. Hi. Hi, everyone. Congratulations to Tim for getting first. I hope you all are having such a good day. Thank you, Rad, for the for the 5 street streak. This is so awesome. It's so nice to see everyone. Yo! Oh my goodness! Thank you for the 6 month sub, Shrimp. Wow. 6 months of shrimp. Yeah, it hasn't really felt like that long. Like, if you held a little knife to my head and you said, quick, tell me how long you've known shrimp, I would be like 4 months. Like, max. I guess time really flies, huh? This is so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're playing Slay the Spire 2 foe today. I got Zora here. He's he's in jail. You would upset too? Okay, that's a little bit crazy. What was 2 months ago? February? What happened in February? I don't really know. I don't really know what's going on. Time isn't real. That's so true. Hold on, let me put Zora on my screen. Oh my god, there he is. There he is. Hold on, let me get rid of this. He's not muted, he's just well, he can't hear me, but he's just staring ominously. Your mom turned 52 in February? Oh my god. Hi.
Hi.
That was so awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for the sniffs.
Oh, you're welcome.
Shrimp, was your mom's birthday the same as my cat's birthday? No, that's not right. Somebody's birthday. Somebody, somebody's birthday was the same as my cat's, but I don't remember who that was.
That's lovely.
I don't
That's
know.
not right.
No, that's not right.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
16th February. Is that your birthday?
Maybe it's just a really special day.
16th of February?
I don't know what happened on that day.
9/11.
That seems.
No, that's right. My
You were
dad's
there.
birthday. I was there.
Sorry,
What?
continue.
My dad's birthday is February 13th. It's the day before Valentine's Day. I think that's the only February birthday I'm aware of. We don't speak about what happened on the 16th.
Okay.
Oh.
What happened on the 16th?
That's my death day, I think.
It already passed.
Well, not this year.
Oh, just one of them.
Yeah, we're celebrating. We're celebrating the anniversary. It'll be in like 200 years.
Okay, well that's okay.
Yeah.
You're doing no, that's not right.
No, that's not right. Your mom's birthday is 2/2. Let me put that in my calendar.
2-2. Sorry, that's
What?
not right.
No, that's not right. What's funny about 2/2? The ballerina thing?
Yeah.
Have you ever won one of those before?
Don't ask me that. No.
Oh, I was just wondering.
Thank you for wondering.
Didn't know you're a hater like that.
Oh, you
Hi,
should have.
Cozy. Wait, I should have what?
You should have known that I was a hater like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is my birthday in your calendar too? No, just your mom's.
Don't say it like that. Your mom's.
I didn't say it like that. Why are you putting 30 clowns? They're here in the sand with all the eggs.
Yeah, under the eggs, there's a clown. Under every single one.
Is it like one clown per egg? How many eggs are there?
2 if they're feeling like they really like each other.
Oh, okay. What about 3?
if they really, really like each other.
I want to be in a 3-egg situation, I think.
3 egg or 3 clown, 1 egg?
Mm,
Or are you a
what?
clown
I'm a
also?
clown, and 2 other clowns are with me
Oh, I
under an
see.
egg. Yeah. Hold on. I have 1 billion sources, and none of them are the right one.
1 billion clown.
1 billion clown. Picking
72
favorites. No.
clowns.
72 clowns. Sheesh. What's the max number of clowns that you think could fit in a car? Like a regular car. I was gonna say your car, but
Okay, well, let's move on from that.
how
Before
many
we
clowns?
talk. No, that's not right.
No, that's not right. How many clowns do you think could fit in?
All right, let's think about the clown situation here.
Hold on. I'm trying to think. What kind of car do I have? A
I'm thinking.
Honda. How many clowns do you think could fit in a Honda? Well, I'm being genuine.
You're saying Honda, that's just like the brand. That's not really the car.
Oh,
Any Honda.
Clyde. Clyde the Third.
Is he a clown or is that the car?
No, that's the name of my car.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I see, I see.
You don't like how orange the egg drawing is? What do you mean? Like the sand or the eggs themselves? I think they look awesome. Don't be a hater. Don't be a hater. Settings is the best game mode? Shit! Look, I have my screen shake on cause so that we can really feel like we're in there. Oh, Zora's quiet? Oh my god, sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What was that supposed to help me?
I thought like maybe that was a good gauge for the audio levels.
Well, I'm not even like there yet. Hold on.
Oh. Hello?
Okay, well, I turned you up as you did that, so that's interesting. Turn him all the way up. Okay.
See, someone gets it.
Nobody gets it.
Somebody gets it. Shout out to Awa.
Oh my god.
I'll have what I'm having.
Shut! You're allowed to hate your own art? Nuh-uh. 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 Because it's like on my stream, right? So now you're hating me. I don't know. It's like
I think
transitive
they're allowed to
property.
hate you too.
No, nobody's allowed to do that. Hold on, sorry, I'm freaking it.
You are really freaking.
I'm sorry, I'm freaking it.
This feels like February 16th, if I've ever.
Oh my god.
ever
Sheesh. That's
seen
my death anniversary in 200 years.
That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
You're saying it's your death anniversary.
Yeah.
So like you will be dead in 200 years and we're celebrating it in 200 years? Is that what you mean? Or are you going to die
No,
in
it's
200
like
years?
well, I'm going to die on February 16th of
Okay.
2226.
That
And we're like
is
in memory of me, we're celebrating.
okay,
And
okay.
we can like eat my favorite food and stuff.
Everybody's
Remember me
sitting around
fondly.
like a picture of you eating a carrot.
Favorite food. Oh my god,
Everybody's
wait.
munching on one
What if I
singular
joined
carrot.
Azu?
What if we just joined Azu? Press it.
I did.
Okay, I did too. You can see the mouse hovering over the name.
Wait, what are the chances? It's all your answers here. We're messing things up.
Okay, let's just press the. You think they'll do it? I just read it up. Oh my god. Hi. Hi.
Hi, everyone.
What's going on?
It's so nice to see you.
I didn't see you guys there.
Oh my god,
Oh,
we're
okay.
in
Well,
here.
holy shit, that was so
The
awesome.
timing was crazy. No way. No way the lobby was just open. Freaking it.
I don't know where I am.
It's feeling like February 16th.
It's feeling like February 16th, 200 years in the future.
Sorry, this is so funny. I'm a golden pearl enjoyer.
Where are we going,
Do you
team?
wanna?
It's a good thing we
Do you wanna-
discussed this before the game.
You wanna? Oh wait, I wanna join BC. Let me in there.
Ye-
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I feel
There we
lightheaded.
go. Your head is heavy as hell.
In a good way.
Yeah. What would be good about that?
If somebody said your head is dense, would you take that as a compliment?
No.
Oh, really? Because someone told me that and they meant it like I'm stupid, but like, doesn't that mean you are so full of thoughts?
Mm,
Like, it's dense. Like, I'd rather it be
No.
dense than what's the opposite of dense?
what?
Wait, what's the opposite? Like, shallow? Like,
Yeah, but like dense
like,
is not. I mean,
what do you call something that like floats easy?
buoyant.
Yeah, I'd rather my
Feeling
head
buoyant.
be dense than buoyant, right?
Okay. No.
No, I don't
Is, like,
think
calling
buoyant.
somebody thick-headed good because they got a thick head, or is it not good?
Well, is thick the same as dense?
I feel like it's similar.
Oh, dense is like it's chocked full, and thick is just like big.
You want to go to the VC? They're waiting.
Oh my god, yeah. Get me in there.
Okay, get in there.
I'm getting in there. Dense describes something with components packed closely together. What's the opposite of that? Okay, hold on.
Yo.
Hello? Oh my
Why-
god.
Oh, man, we're like good.
Hi,
We
guys.
just locked a run too, and like we were like, oh, Frost is on Slay the Spire too. Y'all just show up.
Okay, well, I accidentally pressed join instead of host, and I was like, oh my god, there's a button to click on. I didn't think it would actually work like
There's
that.
The door was open.
You left your door
The
unlocked.
door
I
was
was like,
open.
wait, are there publics joining? When I looked, there's like 4 people. It's not even a public. I thought I set it on public.
It's kind of awesome, huh?
This is kind of awesome.
Yeah. How are you guys? Oh.
We've been struggling. We're trying to
Really?
get our last like remaining unlocks. I need Defect and Rose needs my Necrobinder. And we both suck at these characters.
I think Necrobinder is really tough. Defect's kind of awesome though.
I'm a Necrobinder one trick. I've been
What
failing on
the?
Defect. I'm a one trick.
What the? I'm a one trick and Slay the Spire. It's so interesting.
Oh my god. I think my whole day has been playing Slay the Spire with like I've 4
What?
different lobbies now.
What?
I was playing with like Zan and Ant early, like right when I woke
And you're
up.
only playing
and
one
then-
character over and over again?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I played with like Timeless and Gugu and Mina, like after that. And then I
Oh,
was
I
grinding it with
see.
Rose just now.
That's kind of
now
awesome.
you guys are here.
Ahem. Kill the
Surprise!
architect.
I have nothing. How do you play
Yes.
the Defect? I don't get this guy.
Claw only.
Yeah,
I
I like
tried
Claw
Claw,
build a
I
lot,
like-
but I think Lightning is pretty good as well.
My best run was like the one we just were on now. I had a build with the glass.
Didn't you just say you lost?
Yeah. it
And
wasn't
that
good
was your
enough.
best? Oh.
That was the best.
Oh. It's so over.
We can go for the shop, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I like shopping.
I just want to remove a strike.
Fella in the hat a wee bit quiet. Okay.
Oh shit.
My goodness.
Who's the one with the bucket that
Cool.
throws?
Awesome. Aura for me.
You are.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Since
god.
everyone was quiet, apparently.
I'm
Haven't
fixing.
all turned down.
Oh my god.
Hello, is it better? Hello?
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
god!
Oh my goodness gracious.
I want a bucket.
I'm fixing. Put a bucket on your head.
Well, you gotta do it. I don't got a bucket.
Oh.
No, I'll go lightning build, I think.
Surely
Here we
that'll
go.
work.
I just got the deal damage when they're hit by evoked lightning.
Oh, that's really good.
Okay.
Man, I want poison and
This is
none of
the
this is
run.
poison. This is surely the run. I'm so stimulated right now. I'm looking up Google Images
Boy, yo, 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 yo.
bucket.
You like Google
Can you give me a really cool bucket?
Are you even playing Ironclad right now? Oh, you are.
Here's energy, y'all.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry. I'm
I
not
gave
locked
everyone
in.
energy.
Oh my god, thank
I don't know where
you.
I'm at.
And I just like have 10 energy surges and I just give you guys energy and you guys do the work.
Well,
Okay.
what about your work? Hello?
Do you just need to win with the defect to get your thing?
Ascension 1 win, yeah. So
Oh,
this should
okay.
count.
We can handle that.
Surely.
I also need like 15 bosses, but we've been going through that. So we're probably close.
15
maybe.
bosses with the defect or just in general?
The defect.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, how have you not done that already?
All my boss kills are on the Necrobind.
Oh.
I think like I've only finished up my achievements for Silent and Necrobinder. Ironclad, Defect, and Regent. I'm still missing some.
I haven't really looked at the achievements, to be honest with you. I'm just like hoping they do themselves.
They do themselves if you play all the characters. I kind of don't. Do we have another shop? No, we don't. I'm still going for the gold. I don't need strength.
You're not going claw build? Sigh.
No, I tried and it was shit.
Sigh. Oh my god, it's so good. I think it's only bad in Slay the Spire one, but I think they made it really good.
It was
in this
bad
one.
in the first one. You
Claw
told me
build
to like
was.
play claw
Well,
on
it's
the first
really
one.
okay. Well, it's really fun, but it's not good. Fun and good are different things, you know.
I was like struggling on the first game back then with the defect, and Faust was like, play claw build. And
It's
now it's
good.
apparently shit.
Okay, well, listen. Listen, we all make mistakes. Have you considered that? Sorry, your bucket's kind of blocking the screen, but
Oh my god,
Oh.
Zora
it's
has a
there.
bucket.
Mine looks weird.
Yeah,
I
Rose
don't-
is kind of
Yours is like
mogging on you.
shiny.
Got me a freaky one.
It's the best I could do.
I look like that one, like Monopoly piece.
What
Got the
bull?
symbol.
Symbol.
I'm
Oh,
symboling right now.
okay, that's good.
18. Oh, I kinda hate that.
Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. Fun is better than good. Oh, so real, so true.
Ouch. Oh, it hurts.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't even look at that. Okay. Okay, swag. No eye holes, less aura. That's kind of real. I don't.
Yo,
I don't know how Rose found a bucket with eye holes.
don't say I look like Dave.
I think Rose just made the bucket and put eye holes on it.
Wait, you made it yourself? Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were
I'm
chill like
impressed.
that.
Speaking of Pixel,
Oh,
Yo.
Lightning.
logging on me.
Yeah, kinda true. Oh, my relics are good for shivs. Maybe I don't go poison. I don't know. Do you guys like poison or shivs better?
I like shivs better.
Okay, okay.
I can give energy.
Sheesh.
oh nice.
Sheesh.
Another thunder. Okay.
What does thunder do?
It's the one that like extra damage if your lightning evokes.
Oh. Swag. What about poisonous shivs? That's kinda real. I don't remember what the power is, but there's one that does that. I think. I like this banana.
Oh.
I think all of these are equally fine. Yippee!
Get strong.
It's kind of awesome, huh? Oh my goodness, hi Tommy. Ugh.
Olive Delight, speaking head, fire, fire, fire.
What is Olive Delights?
Huh?
What?
I don't really know what that means.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Olive Delight, Tommy, text to speech.
What's that?
Are you eating an olive right now?
Delightful.
Nomming on
That's really awesome. Oh my goodness, Winkus, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, you're playing Resident Evil? Sheesh.
Oh shit, Flingus.
Huh?
Sheesh.
This is so awesome. Number one. Sheesh. Thank you, thank you. Hi Raiders, my name is Fuss. I'm a Fox
Energy?
Girl
There we
VTuber,
go.
and I'm playing Slay the Spire 2 with some pals. It's kind of awesome. Hi Lily Pie. Thank you so much for the raid, Splink. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Check this out. This one's for Splingers. Sheesh. How far are you in Resident Evil?
Huh?
Are you almost all done? Yeah, thank you so much for that. That's so nice of you. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed as hell. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your name's Pika.
Infection.
Pika Pika. Sheesh. Not fair. I had to restart and play on baby mode because I suck playing hard mode. Oh. I didn't know that game had a baby mode. Kind of awesome though. I hope you had a lovely time, and I appreciate your raid so much. Thank you, thank you.
I'm feeling kind of infected right now.
Oh, how does that feel?
Kind of bad.
Oh, what if it's kind of awesome?
You just be quiet.
No. Ow. Oh, wait. Your big ass
Well, that's
bucket
not
is looking
Okay.
blocking the enemies.
You made it big. You could have given me a small little bucket. I could be wearing it like a little hat.
Well,
Hell
I
yeah.
just thought it should be over like your whole head.
It would be
You
cool,
want it like
but like you
this?
just like cover my face. I don't need eye holes. I can just like pretend like I know what's going on.
I'm about
Okay.
to die.
You want it like
I'm at
over
11
your head.
HP.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
why are you guys both on 11 HP? What are you doing over there?
Almost died.
No, we're fine. We're
Never
fine.
mind.
We live this shit.
Never mind.
We, yeah.
Infections.
Oh, and do you have infections? So...
Yeah, I have two on me.
Ow.
Rose, I'm a little worried for you.
Ow. Oh, never mind. I didn't die.
This is why
Um,
we've been losing our runs on these characters. Oh my god,
Surely it's
ChatGPT.
fine.
Holy shit.
What?
Got creative
Okay,
AI.
Do you like that card? It just
Yeah,
like
it is.
adds random stuff to your hand. Is that awesome? I feel like that's not very awesome.
Like random shit.
Okay. I think we're slaying maybe perhaps.
Maybe perhaps.
Maybe perhaps.
What is this combat?
I've never seen this one before.
I
Oh, wait, I
haven't
have actually seen this.
either.
It's not like the three aliens.
They look crazy. Hmm.
I have my window open, but it doesn't have a screen in it. So if you hear me like screaming really badly, it's because like a wasp flew in. They've been doing that. It's not really
What?
ideal. I don't know.
You
Like
have-
yesterday, I looked over and there was just like a giant wasp, like the size of my hand, flying right towards me.
Ah!
And I've never like threw my chair and ran down the stairs so fast in my life.
Oh.
Hell no.
What if he just wanted to like watch you play games?
He can have the computer.
Oh.
He can play.
He can play.
It's his turn on the Xbox.
Sheesh. Wait, this is going so well actually.
I'm taking a hit.
Of what?
Not going well. I'm dying.
Pass it over
Ow.
here.
Ew. Say it like that.
Oh, now it gives me
Mouse
claw.
over
God
here.
damn it.
Hot box in my bucket.
Ew. I hope it gets hot and burns you.
It's hot. That's a wasp!
What? Is there actually a wasp? What? There is a wasp in my room last night, but I don't know, my cat got to it. It was just like crawling around really sad.
Okay.
I felt kind of bad for it. But like it was chill.
Guys, I have no block.
You
Mm,
got big legs. You can tank it.
Chat GPT didn't help you with that.
I didn't even draw ChatGPT.
Oh.
I haven't played it once.
Time to
Okay, well you're a
pivot
little
to the
pussy.
slime build.
Is there a slime build?
I should have just
Yeah.
dumped up. God damn
It's time to get gunky in here.
it.
Ew. Get that
Really?
out of here. What the hell?
Guys, this is the second turn. I still don't have.
Azu.
I don't know. I didn't remove any of my block. I added some block cards. I'm just not
Um,
drawing anything.
Maybe you're just
What
bad at
the
this game. Hmm. Well, surely he's dead.
Oh, yes.
Hello.
Surely.
Okay.
Nice.
Another
Good.
block card.
Yeesh.
Sheesh. Oh,
This is not looking so good.
this is not looking so good. It could be looking worse, though. Probably.
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 Oh, interesting. Surely this is a
Oh,
dig angle,
oh,
right?
this guy. Okay.
I thought I was gonna see Azu Smithin with 8 HP.
Upgrading ChatGPT.
Jeez.
I should have.
Uh,
Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
Okay, we got this. You got this.
Oh, sheesh, demise.
Yo. What is Demise even from?
The potion.
Mighty mice.
Oh.
I threw COVID at it.
Oh. That's nice. Okay. Are we just like ignoring the little guys, perhaps?
Oh,
Oh
energy.
no.
I'm down to kind of ignore them. My lightning kind of does
yeah.
whatever the fuck though, so like I don't really control it.
Oh, I see, I see. Oh my god, so much energy.
ChatGPT, save me, please.
It's
Give me
gonna
something
put the
good.
most random garbage in your hands, and
No,
then
no,
it's
no,
gonna give you
watch,
all of the
watch,
light.
and then you're
watch.
gonna
Look at
be
this.
like, why come I'm not trying
Look at this.
to put the friends? And it's because you're
Look at this. Look at this. It's gonna give me
Okay.
like
okay. I'm
block.
looking. I'm looking.
No,
Oh
I
my god, it does. Look at that. The block power. Hell yeah.
Yikes.
Sigh.
I wish it would have generated an olive delight for you.
What?
do you guys like olives?
No.
What is that?
No. An olive?
Like oils?
No.
It's like a,
ChatGPT, what's an olive?
Is it a fruit?
Yeah.
it's I want to say it's a vegetable. I don't know if it is. Do you know what a
It's something on
martini
pizza.
is? Oh yeah, they're like little circle foods, and they can be black or green, and they're really bitter. I think. I don't know. I low-key have never had an olive.
Why are you explaining it?
Well, cause I'm trying my best.
Who's in yellow? That is Rose. Wait, can I shout out Rose? Permission to shout out Rose?
Of course,
Ayo.
you can always shout out
Hell
Rose.
yeah.
We love Rose in this household. This is literally treating Zora like a Skyrim character. When did I do that?
When did that happen?
When did that
Don't talk about my
happen?
cake.
Oh, my goodness. Is it sensitive? 'Cause you
ChatGPT gave me
don't
its
have it anymore?
echo form, but I think I die if I play it.
You should play
You're at
it.
22. Wait, how much is this?
And
18, 27. Oh, you're cooked. Wait,
Yeah.
I can give you energy. Would that help you?
How
2
much?
energy?
2? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, surely we win
form.
off of that.
Ow, I'm at 9 HP.
That's surely all you need. Guys, maybe ignoring the little ones was not a good play. Whose idea was that?
It's too late now. We gotta stick to it.
Whose idea was that?
It's okay. He's got Ebola.
Oh, wait, I forgot about Ebola. Is that still a thing?
February 16th.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Okay, is he
See, it
dead?
worked out. It's dead. Yes.
Nice.
Good, let's go. Put a bucket.
Oh my god,
on
I'm
his
alive. 2
He
HP.
asked for a
Holy
bucket.
shit. I got one of my epochs. The 15
Yo!
one.
Yo.
Holy shit.
Sheesh. Oh, this is such a good card.
Look at this.
What am I listening to right now?
I don't know. It's like meowing.
Meowing?
Mhm.
Zora's the only healthy one out of all of
No.
I'm feeling.
we're
Oh my
gonna,
goodness.
We're gonna get our health back.
Oh, I
Surely,
see.
it's fine. It's so fine.
Hey, what's her map looking like?
An olive.
Ooh,
Oh
there's a
wait,
shop here.
I'll draw an olive for you,
Oh my god.
so you know what it is.
I can't wait to see this.
Wait, Sarah, can you draw the little nub since you're red?
Oh yeah, nubs.
Oh, why is it so big?
I don't talk about the nub like that.
Okay, sorry.
The nub shrinking. Guys.
Huh?
Olive?
Yeah, it's a beautiful olive.
Ooh. Actually, this map's kinda shit.
It is?
I can maybe go here on the right.
Oh yeah.
Go into this shop.
I think. Is this
and
a
then-
martini? Why is the olive
Yeah.
1/4 of it?
It's a really large one.
The olive is supposed to be on the stick up here.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, it's just
Not
in
just
there.
like sitting on the top like a cherry. Oh, what is this? Is this you drinking it? Oh.
Just
Wait, it's not great.
the straw.
Umbrella.
I like this straw. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I'm trying.
Someone like suckling on the straw.
Yeah, it's you. Wait, you know that one quote that you have that's like, bite it off. Rose, you know what I'm talking about?
Why is it
Surely-
so large
Surely
compared?
Rose knows what I'm talking about.
Excuse me?
Ebola drink.
What?
What
What? Are those
is
my
this
cheeks,
Ebola?
like hanging out?
Yeah. Why is that? Is this?
Ebola drink?
Why happy hands on the straw.
I can't draw my lines. Stop.
Is this you laughing? Did you laugh and make a little? This
Stop
is
pointing arrows at me.
this is what happens when you use ChatGPT, I think.
You get a bowl of.
Yeah.
You start suckling.
Oh my god.
That was so awesome. Man, I really don't like these little creatures. Okay. Oh, thank you. I accidentally knocked my cat ear off.
Yo.
Oh, it's so sad.
Energy?
Energy sheesh. Carrot. Pick up here. You should be able to get it
Lock
out.
again.
Oh my god, you're so right. Thank you, Carrot. Honestly, you need to take some block cards, perhaps.
I have so much.
Gunk.
I don't know.
I think I need card draw. What's defects card draw?
Well, see, I play claw build almost exclusively, and that has a lot of card draw, like scrape and stuff. But I'm not really sure what he has regularly.
Oh, nice.
Okay,
Do I
I
do
think that
this?
looks nice. Where would my spawn if I go? Okay. Swag. Oh.
One. I have enough lightning. I need frost, I think. To not die.
Surely. Oh, wow. I love seeing this masterpiece. I think you need to get rid of Mirage. Okay. Why doesn't the third stooge have a bucket on his head? Well, 'cause he's the defect.
Why am I?
Am
He
I
does-
the third Oh my god.
I think so.
Oh my god.
I think so. He didn't get the memo, I guess. He's kind of
Man.
I don't have
washed.
one either.
She was too lazy to
Well-
Google image a bucket for me.
You want your
Okay, put
own
the
special
feet Santa
bucket?
hat on.
Not really,
Okay.
no.
Wait, Isaac, do you have the feet Santa PNG? Can I have it? Just like really
Why?
quick. Just like
Why?
really quick.
Friend.
Do I actually have it still on my? Is it on my PC still?
Did you delete it? You're
I
like,
don't know.
nobody
You used
can
it
know
to
about
cover up
this.
the Brazilian waifu.
Oh my god, it's here.
Interesting.
On my downloads folder.
Keep on doing a cool
Energy?
battle. Never mind, I have a new idea.
No.
Um, hold on, I'm working on it.
You working on?
Yo, mind your business, please.
Oh, energy.
Sheesh.
Oh, thanks. Oh my god.
Oh
Wow.
lord, is this your cold bomb?
I don't know.
That's
Wait.
The whole
awesome.
screen.
Damn.
I don't know how to give it to you. Like, you just want it on your head?
You're the one that googled your cold.
Here, it can be like on your hat with you. Like peeking out. Yeah, this is kind of awesome.
It looks like, you know, those like hats with like the water bottles on the side with the straw.
Huh?
The Zora and Fosno.
Oh my god. That's so awesome. Okay, so
I
my
may or may
bucket, I
not
don't need a
have
bucket.
no defense again.
Bro. You're literally the defect. You just get some frost or something. What are you doing
You
over
said
there?
lightning, so I got lightning.
Well, yeah, but I didn't mean like to tank all this damage for funsies.
No?
Ouch.
Oh my god, chat. Fuck, I can't chat GPT here. I'm gonna die. Wait.
ChatGPT is just like a bad card, I think.
Wait, I can chat GPT. Oh my god.
Oh my
I think
goodness.
you need to duplicate the occult bottle and put one on the other side.
Oh, okay.
So that it's like the actual hat.
There's not like a straw though.
It's okay. Like absorbing them through your ears.
Ew. Didn't know you could do that. Okay. I think this stream is looking pretty good.
Hey, hi, Carrot.
Hi.
Hi. Couldn't fit around her noggin. That's messed up. I think.
Oh my god, chat GPT saving me. Hell yeah. Buffer.
Yeah?
I think out of this art, I think Zora's head is bigger than mine, like proportionally.
Okay.
Well, that's not a bad thing. It's just like an observation.
I observed that.
I observed that. Man, I want this little freak dead. Messed up. Ugh. Does Asu have your coat on his hat? He does.
Oh my god.
Do you like
That's
that?
all the fun.
He's absorbing them through his ears fo today.
Can someone hit the front one just to like finish it off?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, thanks. Oh my god.
Yo!
Oh, actually nice.
Oh, nice. I'm feeling it.
That was
Hell yeah.
crazy. Is this a good card?
Why is there an airplane?
Why is there an airplane?
In the Ice King?
Wow. I think
Hey,
we're
what's
ready
this?
to go pro. Oh my god. What are you doing? You can't draw that.
What are you
Here,
talking
I'll
about?
add fire. Do you guys think we like win this whole game? Like, do you think we got that
Honestly,
dog?
like, a lot of
You're not. I'm looking not either. But if I get finisher, then it's so over. Probably. Maybe. 5 damage. Okay.
Are you guys drawing on the map?
No. no.
No.
Is this me?
Yeah.
Get me out of there!
Holy shit.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Um, yikes. It just music so real, so true. I love this song. Okay, okay.
Oh, you got the fun one. Nice.
Oh, energy?
Sora. Olive Delights? Tommy, can you please explain Olive Delights? I really, truly have never heard of that before in my whole life.
Oh, it's
Oh my
dead.
goodness. Is that even?
Mhm.
Sheesh.
It. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Looks exactly like me. It is quite cute. It's just an unfortunate circumstance, I think. Maybe, perhaps.
No, you're having fun while doing it.
Okay, well, I don't think I was worried about whether I'm having fun or not.
Oh, then what are you worried about?
Energy?
Thank you.
Oh my god, there's a wasp!
Oh my god! Bye.
Where'd it go?
Oh. Why don't you just
Oh,
like...
it's okay. I'll do my turn.
Oh,
Boss,
no,
can I ask for a card draw?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Where'd it go?
It's okay. Surely the wasp knows how to play Ironclad.
But we're on the like bee enemy. I don't like this.
Oh, wait, maybe it's like a sign. Why don't you get a screen for your window?
I'm lazy. I'd rather complain about it.
Oh, okay. I hope you get stung. Oh, this enemy's kind of bad for shivs, huh?
Ouch.
Yeah.
What's a Kanye song? Oh. I don't be knowing.
I know he's up here somewhere with me, and it's just unfortunate.
Well, I don't think a wasp just like randomly lands on people and stings them for fun. I think it's only if you're like flailing around and like freaking out.
What if I'm flailing around and having a really good time? He's like, shit.
You're like, this game is so awesome. You start like doing a
He's
little
like,
dance.
It's not fortunate.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
21.
1v1.
21.
21.
What?
Damage.
Oh,
Oh. You're kind of looking dead over there.
No. Wait. 13, 8. I have exactly 21 HP, guys. Help.
Oh
Come on,
my
Jarvis, craft me a block.
goodness.
Thank you.
ouch. Please.
Oh, I don't have any
Awesome.
attacks. Oh, okay. So are you just taking that?
It's gonna be close, but it's fine.
Um.
God.
Oh my god, wait. We're so back, I think.
I'm not back. Wait,
Um,
actually, wait, there's a campfire. Maybe this is fine.
To the movie party at 4 o'clock.
Oh, that's pretty
That was your
soon.
fire, by the way? It just looked like a weird onion.
Yeah.
I got Juzu bracelets, so this question mark won't be a fight.
Yo, that's good.
Ooh. Wait, which one is my hand? Oh,
Um,
oh, wait.
I don't really want any of these.
I don't want. Are you often out of cards in your hand?
I'm never out of cards.
Okay. Why do you have Edward as your emote? Do you like it? Do you like
You do?
it?
What?
Do you like it? Kind of cool,
You have
huh?
an Edward emote?
Do you like it?
You do?
Wait, Asu, I think you should get a Yakult emote.
No.
But wouldn't that be kind of funny?
Get a Yakult hat with a straw. Or like swirly glasses like going into
Oh
the
my
Yakult
fucking
bottle.
god.
Ew.
I'm taking metamorphosis.
Ice King, you better roll on. That's so real. Oh my god. A good Ice King.
Why do I have 700 gold?
Why do you have 700 gold?
The strike,
Okay.
upgrade.
I think everything's coming together pretty awesome.
Mm,
We do have an elite.
Yo.
wait.
I don't know. I think we're all healthy and we probably have good builds.
Mhm.
I think
Sure.
we're gonna do
Guy.
so good.
Energy or nah? Not this turn.
Mm,
It's exhaust.
I
No?
don't need it.
Okay.
Oblivion. Sheesh.
Well.
Oh,
You're so good at doing math.
He just said.
No,
And this guy's also kind of bad for shivs.
yes.
Look at your debuffs.
Oh.
tender.
Wait, why am I tender? That sucks. I don't want to be tender. Recent King's chicken fingers. Sorry.
Ouch.
Sorry, what?
Sorry. You would understand the mind of a genius.
12.
This is not 12, I don't think.
I can't believe this guy's a regular enemy.
Yeah.
His toes are so long.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Toes are long enough to be elite.
Well, yeah, like you know, like the coral guy with the freaky toes.
I can't believe he's a normal guy. His feet are so long.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, whoever did that got
Sheesh.
me damage. Nice.
Is he dead? Sheesh.
No, yet.
Okay.
Damage though, but yeah.
Surely
Oh, nice.
it's not so bad. Why do you squish Edward like that? It's kind of awesome. Monsley. Oh my goodness. You guys play your cards so fast. Sheesh. Man, when did I even get bronze scales? Things really do just be happening, huh?
Someone gave me block. Thank you.
Sheesh. Are you petting him?
I don't have anything again. Oh my god.
You're gonna be on like 3 HP going into this boss.
Empire, though. He'll be fine.
Surely I don't need to smith anything. Energy?
Sniff.
Smith!
Stop sniffing.
I'm gonna do that and the like wasp's gonna fly in my nose.
Oh. That would suck pretty bad, but it'd be funny. I'd laugh a little bit.
No, it would not be funny.
It'd be a little funny.
Wasp flies back in.
That would be ew. Don't say back in like it was there for before. You was there earlier, just came out to play.
Oh,
What's that?
gross.
I'm about to die.
Man. I
And
didn't think you'd ever block, so I already used expose.
Ah, sorry. Wait there.
live on
Oh,
without
shit.
me.
Wait, are you dead?
Oh my god.
Guys.
No, look, I healed.
Oh, wowie. Ugh, that goes crazy.
Oh, Icelands.
So many.
Huh?
Cinnamon Fox on Twitch, Instagram reel.
What's your guys' favorite Instagram reel? Nobody?
I don't use Instagram.
Oh.
The one where the monkey's peeking through the door and it's like,
Oh. Oh. What's your favorite YouTube short?
ew.
I don't remember this.
Oh. Is that...
You guys memorize this?
You don't remember every short form content you've ever seen?
No.
Is it better to focus one at a time? I think this is the hardest enemy in the entire game. I really don't know how to deal with this guy.
I just look at whichever one's doing more damage, the lower the damage of it.
Okay.
Oh wait. A lot of damage. Haven't
Eek. What is that? Oh.
Big attack on the right one next turn.
Mm.
Not even gonna look left. I'm prepping for next turn in case I don't have any like targeted thing.
Oh. That's smart.
Oh wait, that's choice.
I can fully block it, so I'm just not looking there.
Like, if I don't look at him, he can't see me. Just like the wasp.
Real. I feel like he's like sitting behind me on the back of my chair, just watching me and being like, "Nah, you
Oh,
suck,
turn
bro."
your head around and look.
I don't want to. What if he's looking back?
Well, wouldn't it be better to
energy?
know? Sheesh. Surely nobody dies to this, right?
So about that.
Oh. Don't say
Interesting.
guys.
think
I can still play at GPT. Hell yeah.
How does that help this situation?
I think that's just enough to kill you.
No, it's more.
It's more?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
You're
Hell
welcome.
yeah.
Sorry I did not draw that earlier.
Wait, that's not. Oh,
I don't like the empty, like, arm. Kinda yucky.
No.
Oh,
should
sorry
have been
for
that.
that.
Hell yeah.
This is not the background music for this fight. Yaha. Yaha. It's really keeping the.
Plague.
It's really keeping like the cortisol levels down.
It's a song that plays whenever I'm running
Chat
from a bee.
GPT gave me Chat GPT. What the fuck?
What? He said, "I want a brother."
Wait, does this?
158. Ugh. I think we're doing really good. Is that real?
Yeah, we win easy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave this map behind. It's so beautiful.
It is
Not
really
even attacking
beautiful.
this turn.
Instagram my reels. Sheesh.
Whatever.
True.
What?
What's that?
What even is that from? Hello?
Apparently.
What?
What the hell?
I didn't hear anything.
Mm-hmm. This is so beautiful.
Go form. Give me that. God, wait. This is a good one. Okay.
I love test subject.
Ugh.
Ugh. Baddie alert. I could do fur coat. Would that be awesome?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, it landed on so many elites actually.
Yeah.
All the
Oh.
elites at the
Hell
top.
yeah.
Okay, so we can go whichever route. How's everyone's gold looking?
Don't ask me that.
293.
Oh, not that
Are you
bad.
broke?
I'm at 370.
Rose? Gold?
82.
$50?
82? Oh.
Oh, I thought you said 50. Wait, where did all your money go?
Hmm.
Sheesh.
Take this. Extra energy.
Hell no. What is this?
Okay, we're slaying. We're slaying. We're going crazy. Shout out to whoever removed the strength from that guy.
Hell yeah. Oh,
Southwest airplane? Surely.
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day.
Oh, that's something rough.
Back one's like 4 doom away from dying.
You guys. Wait, what do you mean 4? That's a lot more.
No, it's
Oh,
86,
Michelle.
right?
Michelle.
Yeah.
My bad.
Oh,
Wait,
nice.
my place.
She.
There we go. Okay. Finally, my build's happening, I think.
Yeah?
You think?
Whenever I play a power, gain an energy.
Yo, that's so good.
Oh,
Oh,
these
hell
guys
no.
are kinda...
Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh man, I wish I had fan and ice in my hand. I go crazy.
I'm max HP.
Oh, 6-7 out of 6-9. Sheesh. This isn't so bad. Well, it's not so good either, but you know.
Maybe it's good enough.
I block it. Is she?
Yippee! Oh my goodness, look at all these cards.
I did not block this thing.
What's that nice?
Nice.
Yo! Oh my goodness. Give me that.
I'm going in that.
Same. This is so
My rare card
awesome.
showed up. Holy shit.
I like this event so much.
Oh, I got so much good stuff. Okay, 30, 10 gold, 10 gold. 2 potions. Oh, 3 potions. What the fuck?
Sheesh.
Discard this. Get that.
Okay.
Rare card. Hmm. Give me this.
What is this math?
I need that.
I can't do this math. Sheesh. I don't think we're gonna
Hell
make
yeah.
it. What is this?
My god, I can upgrade. I think this is my first upgrade.
This is your first upgrade? That's so
One.
surprising.
I've been at 1 HP each time. Anything power card related?
Is that
Can I get
do you
Bio?
read faster if you do it like that? Yippee!
What the?
Oh,
Oh, this
What
thing.
is this? Oh, the summoner.
I don't
Yeah.
remember this thing.
I like targeting the summons he has because they do a lot of random shit.
Oh.
They do damage.
Oh my god, I got souls. Sheesh. This is so
No.
awesome.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there it is. He keeps summoning them, but they're annoying.
Oh. Is it like the snake lady from the first game?
I don't know. I don't think so. The summons do different shit depending on which one he pulls out.
Oh, okay, okay.
Why do I have a soul?
What kind of question is that?
Oh, I drew some dazed. God damn it.
My gold.
Wait, that's a lot of them.
Yep.
It's not one at a
Oh.
time. What the?
Who wants a plasma?
What is that?
Energy per
Um,
turn.
I don't really need it.
Who has the top?
What?
Unceasing
What?
top from
Top
earlier. Who got
what?
it?
Huh?
Huh?
Unceasing
Oh,
top.
I do, I do, I
Who
do,
has
I
it?
do, I do, I do.
What is
Oh, then
that?
you're getting it.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Who has the top?
Button text.
Text.
Die.
Oh my god, that was crazy. Bottom text div.
Hell yeah.
Oh, these are all 1 HP now. Nice.
What the? Oh, nice. Wait.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you. At
I
431.
think we go right for the shop.
Oh yeah. Love shopping.
Okay. Oh, that. Oh, wait. Money.
I have so many good potions. I can't.
Listen, potions are temporary. Throwing things at someone is forever.
Keep it coming.
Ew.
Us? What the?
Man, I have so much money, but I don't really want any of this. This is so sad. Yo. I guess I'm just buying stuff for fun.
Oh, I had a death I need to get rid of.
You are watching a master at work. What is this? What is that? What? I like it, Picasso. Oh.
Um.
Oh, it's dead.
Oh wait, it's died.
Sheesh. God, we're so good at this game.
I can upgrade.
I don't even have anything to upgrade.
Oh, it's time.
Freaky
Where's
my
little
skill?
tongue. Oh, is this the skill thing?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
I'm playing one because I want to defend.
How dare you?
Hmm. Oh,
Oh,
oh, that's a skill.
surely it's fine.
More skill. Oh my god. What the?
I have no defense.
It's surely fine. Don't even worry.
I.
Already half.
Ow.
Okay, I can give you guys 5 energy,
My goodness.
but they're both skills. Can we kill it with that much energy? We think.
I think
Surely
so.
we can. 36. Oh my god. Okay.
It's going up
Yeah,
more.
he's dead.
Wait, it died. Wait.
Nice.
Huh. Okay.
Gotta like.
Rose, can I ask for drop potion? I'm gonna see if I can draw power. I have 5 energy
No.
from that. Please, thank you. That's good enough. I draw this. Okay.
Me.
I draw orbs.
You draw orbs? How do you draw an orb?
I drew like rainbow, the thing.
Rainbow.
Oh. Dirty damage. What the?
I don't
I have a
energy this
pet.
turn.
Sheesh.
Oh, all my energy was last turn. I'm out of them now. God damn it.
Oh.
I don't have
H4.
an-
Yeah.
Actually, I can do this. Drink you, give you, make you free. There we go.
Oh my goodness. So low
Okay, full block it.
already. Ouch!
Yeah. What the?
Why hello Ms.
Oh my
Cinna,
god, it's
you are
time.
looking
ChatGPT.
absolutely foxy as always.
Holy shit!
I do
the
hope
wasp
you
is
are having a
huge!
wonderful day, but
It's
one question I
huge.
have about today is this title. 35 clowns if they really like
Oh my
each
god, he
other?
went out the window.
Those clowns are going to be so
Oh!
busy.
Did
They're
you
gonna
say
have a
bye,
ton
dude?
of funny business to handle.
That's so
No, he was
nice.
chill.
Wow, thank you, Big Papa. That was so lovely. I hope you're doing so good. Do you think we're
Huh?
chilling?
Good actually.
Surely.
You think? I don't know. We still have another health bar after this. I'm a little nervous.
I'm saving my
That
Ebola.
scared the other health
You're
bar. I think
what?
we're good.
I'm saving Ebola for that turn.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
20. Oh. Hell yeah, there you go.
Sheesh. Shout out to whoever weakened him. You're tired. It's been a long week. Aw, I'm sorry. Surely you can go home and take a nap, and it'll be
I
so
gave you
awesome.
energy. I gave you a lot.
Oh, nice.
Sheesh. Oh my goodness.
Play those, play those.
Playing. I'm playing. You dead as hell.
Hell yeah.
Swag.
Okay, nice. We get a turn to set up too. Nice.
What do you think's at the end of his tongue? Like, do you think he was licking Fun Dip? What? Did nobody answer me?
Excuse me.
Do you guys know
What's
what
the
Fun...
desired response?
I don't know. Do you guys have Fun Dip in other countries?
I don't know what that is.
It's like flavored sugar. It's like candy, and it comes with like a stick, and you're supposed to lick the
That's
stick.
like the green part. They're just like licking.
Yeah, they're licking like candy. Well, what do you think it is? Since you know so much. Yeah, you got nothing, huh? That's what I thought. Is it chill if I die?
Surely.
Are you dead?
Yeah. Wait, but check this out. He's poisoned.
My god, the Ebola.
Sheesh. Ouch.
Oh, you're fine.
Wait, I had a lizard tail. Never mind. Cancel
Oh,
that.
Is it chill if I die?
No. Here, will this help you?
What?
oh my god, I gained so much energy
No.
from playing power cards.
You should have used it earlier.
Oh, you weren't dying earlier.
That GPT is paying off finally. Holy shit.
Sheesh.
All my powers like give me 2 energy back, so I just spam it and gain energy from it.
Yo, that's so nice.
Nice.
It's only it's finally popping off on the last fucking thing.
Oh, that is the.
Do you say it's dead? There's no way it's dead.
I almost
Oh,
died.
yeah, that's kind of real, actually.
Intangible.
Yeah, that's a little unlucky.
Have 80 block. Holy shit.
Sheesh.
See, it just took a bit to ramp up. It took the whole game, but I'm up there now.
Wow. ChatGPT really paid off on the last fight.
Another chat GPT. Holy
my
shit.
Oh shit.
goodness.
Wait.
I'm hovering over you, and
Oh,
I
that's
have
bad.
never seen that many icons in my life. Like, the text from the keywords just takes up the whole screen. That's some
Look at that.
aura.
It's still going.
Oh my
How much
goodness.
focus? I have 22 focus.
You've never been more locked in your life.
Die.
Rose, you're doom.
Oh my god. See, we popped off at the end. Let's go.
Sheesh. Hi, Sue. That's so
I almost
crazy.
got by my own drum.
I like that it
Almost.
burnt to a crisp. That was fun. Sheesh. Wow. I never doubted us for a second.
I finally have my.
Yay!
I never have to touch defense again.
Yay!
Oh
What?
That's
my
why this team
god.
assembled.
Sheesh. That
I'm
was so
done
awesome.
with that.
My final
Man,
epoch.
Defect is awesome. You are such a hater.
Okay, wait, what did I unlock actually? I
I
got two
unlocked
unlocks from
soup, so bet you all are
laser
jealous.
beams.
Wait, this art
The
is so
defect
beautiful.
punctured the heart. Mission accomplished. Next objective: relocate the scrapyard. What did I? Oh, I got relics.
Is
My
Tess?
rightmost orb triggers its passive extra time. If you lost HP, trigger passives of all orbs at the start.
Yo!
Each combat adds 0 cost cards from. Oh, that's a. I got a claw relic.
Yo! I love
Start of
Claw.
each combat, 2 0 cost cards from your drop pile to hand.
Oh,
Kinda
that's
good actually.
nice.
Is Tess Katara the, like, jack-o'-lantern looking fella?
It is, it is.
This is so awesome.
What is this?
I want a bowl of nutritious soup scooted over to me. Wow. What a good
Ooh,
game.
cards unlocked. Turbo, Scavenge, Helix Drill. Just energy stuff. Toss the card, next turn gain energy. 3 damage for each energy spent this turn. Gain 2 energy, add void. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, that was painful.
Wowie.
Y'all still down?
I'm still down.
Mm-hmm. Get me in there.
Get in here.
Hmm?
Oh, you're not online on Steam, Zora. Just join in. Yeah.
I'm hiding in my
Oh,
bucket.
I need a
Oh.
Necrobinder run after that.
What the? Something to take the edge off, and then it's just
Take a long drag of a soul card.
What flavor do you think your soul would be?
Red
Mango.
velvet.
Whoa, mango. What did you say, Sora?
Red velvet.
Yo, that's good too. Kind of awesome. I think mine would be cinnamon.
I think you'd want yours to be cinnamon.
Do you think it wouldn't be?
I think it would be like bubblegum.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Oh, I'm this chunky defect.
We have.
That's awesome.
We should have did Ascent 7.
What?
Okay, I'm looking at this route.
Can you laugh a little bit so your line goes up and down?
No,
Hi, Georgie.
Hi,
it's
Georgie.
actually I'm erasing that.
Oh. Wow, what a beautiful line this is. Wow. They should hire
He is
you.
all that remains. The
Right.
Line
Water
drawer.
Formation.
Line.
Oh wait, they
Two.
haven't picked one yet.
What is this?
There we go.
Wait, what does this mean? Is this soup? Or cookie?
Do we have vulnerable?
No.
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 Not an effect.
Yeah, I don't have it. Unfortunately.
Oh, we're tiny.
How come Ozzy doesn't get tiny? He's kind of mogging a little bit.
Or farming on the beetle.
Don't say
I think it's like on the beat.
it.
Or farming on the beat.
Oh. You're giving my mom a flower? That's so nice.
I do 6 damage. Anyone else have?
My lightning will do 3.
Nice.
Sheesh. I, I want claw build so bad. I hope it just presents itself so nicely.
And try for Doom. Could work.
Azu, why are
Play
you
by that.
so small?
What?
Like, look at your feet, and then look at Rose's feet.
You guys are robots!
But even Rose is like,
They have a boot. I have bare feet. You see my toes. They're hanging out.
why? Put your toes away. No claws whatsoever. This is so sad. Yippee!
What is that? You're stabbing my toes, Rose. What the hell is that?
Huh?
Hell no.
Hell
She
yeah.
sent an image in the VC chat.
Oh. Why are you stabbing the toes? Kind of awesome.
I just noticed Rose is playing Ironclad. We both went
Hell
back to
yeah.
our mains after that shit.
Shut. That's so
I cannot
swag.
like that. I cannot.
I'm quiet today. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
feel at home hiding
I'm-
behind Osty.
I'm locked in. I'm locked in and also sleepy. Mm,
Oh, thank you.
Wow, shout out to all this energy.
Thanks.
Sheesh.
Hell yeah. Get my bucket again. Hell yeah.
Sheesh. Let's
Yeah.
go.
I skipped that.
Why do I have 3 Inferno? Excuse me.
This? Lose an HP whenever you lose an HP on your turn. Deal 6 damage to all. Oh my god. Oh,
Wait, I forgot what
I'm
the egg
taking the. I'm
does.
eating it. It hatches at the rest site and you get bird swoop. 0 cost, 12 damage attack or something like that.
That's pretty awesome for claw build, huh? I'm taking this egg.
You can hatch it here. I ate it.
I mean, same.
What do you mean? You did it too? What
No.
the hell is this? Yeah,
Kind
where's
of
your bird,
awesome.
Rose?
Bird check.
Are you drawing it?
No.
This is who you ate, by the way.
Vulnerable.
Oh, I like this one. Yippee yippee! Sheesh.
Lose 3 HP. Oh, that's kind of bad. I think I'm. Oh, never mind.
Where did you get 2 infernos from?
The starting.
Oh, you have
The
3.
starting.
What?
The starting.
Yeah, the relic from
Yeah,
Meow.
the relic.
Oh. But it gave you
The fish thing.
3?
It gave 1.
Then just got to on
What?
their own.
What? You're just built different, huh? I've never seen an inferno build before.
Dang. I'm competing on this build. I may die.
The dying build.
Oh, bam.
Yeah.
Oh, meal ticket, huge.
Huge. Surely ignoring everything for claws will work out eventually. Ew. Hmm. What is this? What what does this mean? It feels like a threat.
Oh, can I have that?
You take the strike one, yeah. Um, I don't like puzzle because Osti I think blocks my shit for me, so it, it it'll be difficult to proc it.
Okay, I'll take it.
I'll take Orichalcum. I can end my turn without block because Osti tanks shit for me.
Oh, that makes sense.
Give me that. Wait, no, it's all of us. Wait, do y'all want to lose 18?
Give us that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Ow. Oh, that actually hurt, and it's an elite. We're so ready
It's-
for this.
We're so ready for this.
Oh no, we might not be that ready.
Oh my god, no, look, cause like we've
Look at
got
me go. Oh
birds,
my god.
so like real recognize
Oh
real.
my
I
God.
think. Shit.
The defense got. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, nice. I can weaken.
Sheesh.
Nice. Maybe.
Mhm. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh, yep. Uh-huh, looks good. See, he's an elite and he has long toes as well. Have you noticed that?
Maybe you were onto something.
I think I am.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Ice cream, hell yeah.
Sheesh.
Oh, huge.
What's huge?
Oh, card draw, give me that.
Sheesh.
Yeah, the relic ice cream.
Oh.
The keep your energy between turns.
Ice cream, huge.
Hell yeah.
I'm being made fun of.
Nuh-uh. Is that ice cream? What? Here's.
Hell yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't really know how to draw
No ice
this.
cream.
Uh,
What I try on ice cream?
um,
Wait, that's
oh my god, sorry. Got distracted a little bit. The spire is slaying so hard. I think. Maybe. I don't know.
Don't really have anything.
I
Them.
feel like this build is not coming together, but you know, that's okay.
I haven't added anything to my deck but the egg. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I added the egg in a boost sequence. I'm looking so hard for claws, but they're kind of haters.
Me too.
This is a wasp diff, I am afraid.
oh.
What are the crystal gems doing here? Having a great time. Wait, this pearl is so good. Sheesh. Uh-huh, yup. Uh-huh, yup.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
Yep, alright, looks good.
Yup. Man, that is so
Alright.
unluckers, huh?
How do I kill this thing? I can't be killing myself yet. Oh my god.
Oh, you hit the combusts.
Wait, why are you combusting? Ah, hell nah.
Oh, nice.
Ew, I did not like that. I don't
What
think
the
that
hell?
was. I don't think that was
Does anyone have
necessary.
debuff?
Busting.
Anyone have debuffs for the front guy? I can like spread it around if y'all have any.
Ew.
What the?
Get him sick, I can spread it around.
What? The Ebola dream? Sheesh.
Grabby hands.
It was a damage. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. Uh, um. Is this just like a ball of worms? Like, does the
It
frog
was a frog, right?
explode?
I think it
Oops.
is a ball of worms though inside the frog.
Mm,
Ew.
It's the
that's
infection.
Are these the tadpoles that are like infected, or is it just like worm balls?
Nice. It was pregnant?
Maybe.
Oh.
It could have been. They have teeth. I
God
don't-
lore.
Oh. Wait, teeth. What does teeth have to do with it? Do tadpoles have teeth?
You think the worms have teeth? I don't think
You think
so.
the tadpoles have teeth? I don't think so.
How will they eat?
Shoot, you're right. Oh. I'm
Do we
quite
have debuff?
fond of the leaf slime. It looks like a
I
little
do have debuff.
hooky.
For myself.
It's so
Oh,
cute.
Man.
Okay. Hmm. This tongue situation is kind of sussy. Among Us. Oh. I wish Echo Form didn't cost so much. Oh my god, swag. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Ouch.
Nice.
19. Oh my.
Focus potion, man. None of this is claw. Sigh. Mm,
Oh, I forgot to heal. The nice line.
there you go.
Like a 35. I think.
No, you do.
Okay, we're so locked in. Why is he standing with like his back leg stretched outwards? He looks like he's gonna fall over.
Michael Jackson.
What? What?
What the?
You know he like
That's
leaves.
kind of real. Yeah.
This is Michael Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice to meet you. How often do you think
I'm
about
out of
Michael
cards.
Jackson? Like once a month?
That's a lot.
When have I thought about him?
Once every other month? Once a year?
Every
Oh,
night.
it's my Michael Jackson month today.
Ow!
Really?
I don't think I think about him very much.
I hope not.
Why not?
I
Oh.
know, well. Somebody draw Michael Jackson on the map.
How?
I don't know. My sister used to really like Michael Jackson when she's like
That is not
young,
Michael Jackson.
which is kind of weird.
Who are you thinking of, bro? Zodi?
What?
When does it stun? 660. Oh, it's almost stunned.
Are you?
How much lightning is out? A lot. Surely that's enough.
Shit.
Okay, nice. I'm gonna weaken it.
Sheesh. Oh, I shouldn't have blocked. Tee-hee.
Turn, by the way, we can only play one card. It's gonna
Ugh.
hit us. Yep.
Yep.
I did my best interpretation.
Of Michael Jackson. Oh. Did you like mine?
Are you guys on the map?
No. His hairline's a little unfortunate. Oh, sorry. Ouch.
How do I draw fire emojis?
But can you do like the yelling head emoji too?
Oh wait, we're playing the game. Shit. Cards.
Oh, we're actually winning, huh? Didn't
Hell
even
yeah.
see that.
I have not gotten hit yet.
Sheesh.
Oh, only one card next turn. Good luck.
I didn't have a reference. Wait, isn't he just like dead, Loki?
I think
More. Nice, he is. Hell yeah.
Sheesh.
Lightning.
Hee hee.
Oh my god, the wasp came back for Michael Jackson.
yeah,
What?
He's back.
He left
Why
your
is he
room
back?
and then came
He
back.
went to go get a cigarette and came back.
Oh my god.
There's a wasp with a cigarette in your room right now. That's so awesome.
Ah!
Oh.
Sorry.
Mhm.
He's getting closer.
Maybe you can bum a ciggy.
Oh, Pael, Wing, come on, please.
no.
I don't want any of this.
So where's my claw at?
Wing's
So
the one
I'm
I'm looking for each
saying-
time, and I can't get it.
What does Wing do?
If you don't like your card reward, like you're like discarding the ones that aren't claw, right? Instead of skipping, you can sacrifice it, and when you sacrifice two,
That's so nice.
you get a relic.
I do
yeah.
like that one. Okay, I guess card draw is good for claw.
I'm going card draw too. How much money do we have right now?
What is this? Sorry, I
It's
have
lore
400.
accurate.
400.
Yeah.
Okay. This shop on the left, I think the first one.
Oh my god. Sorry, I don't know where I'm at.
This.
This one sucks eggs.
Oh, the thief. guy. Weaken.
Sheesh. No, get him, get him.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, I don't have cards, and I have so much energy.
Where are you getting energy from?
I don't know what got me it. Does anyone have like a draw card potion
I
that
I
can
got
be
energy
heated?
surge.
Oh, I already
Not
have
right
so
now.
much.
I don't have any draw potions.
Mm,
I can give you a skill
You,
potion. Oh wait, no, I can't.
Oh, that was a draw potion. I got some. Okay, thank you.
Sheesh. I like this freaky grapefruit.
I'm sticking my Inferno, hell yeah.
My bird swoop. Ouch.
Did we kill this? Hmm.
Mm, thinking emoji. Screaming head emoji. Flying
More attacks.
bunny
If we do
emoji.
10 next turn, we can stun it.
Oh, I didn't
Do you have any
even
attacks,
know you
Dora?
could stun it.
Nice. 7 next turn, we can stun it. If we stun it this turn, it cancels the run for like a turn, and we will probably be able to kill it.
Oh.
All mine. 4 attacks. Strikes. Anyone?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Nice. Oh, it just dies.
Sheesh.
Hell yeah. I actually think it runs away before the Doom if we didn't stun it.
Really?
I think so, because the Doom like only happens after their action's done. Their action's running away, so
Oh.
oh, finally a claw.
Oh, man, I want a claw. What the hell? Okay.
holy shit, the all-in.
What is this? I've never seen this before.
Which one do I want?
Is it like card
Iron Fist,
rewards where you
Silent
like
Defect.
pick, or does it just force in your hand?
I think it's card rewards.
Okay.
I remember being able to skip the ones I didn't like.
Okay. She's really
I
silent.
think you get a rare, a common, uncommon, and rare. I think
You got a claw.
you got the claw.
What the hell?
Yo, wait, girl! I need that.
What do I want here? I'll go silent.
Man, this game
Have you played
sucks.
attack and-
Eggs.
What are my cards here? Got deflect, free block. Do I even want that? It's free. I got card draw or flanking. I'll get card draw, and whenever you play an attack, malaise, nightmare. Give me malaise. Okay.
I don't even know what malaise is.
Like remove their strength and weaken like an enemy. X cost.
Oh.
Like, look at this. Like, look at this thing.
Looking. Sheesh. My goodness, good gambling. I'm kind of nervous at my lack of build, but it seems like you guys are carrying pretty good.
Bird's doing its thing. Look at that. Oh my god, I hear it.
Okay, the only good card I have is the bird. I don't think that's really ideal. Good news.
Oh yeah, I figured out from this combat, by the way, the it gets stunned if you fully block it is technically a debuff, and I can spread it to the back one.
Really?
Look at that.
Stun is a debuff?
Look, it gets it's counted as one, and I can spread debuffs.
Sheesh.
So I gave it to him.
Wow.
It's like Ebola.
Is that how you get a bull? Wow, I didn't know.
You contracted from Azumazu.
Interesting. Thank you for the hydrate and starch. That's so sweet of you.
As you develop the stick flu.
Ew.
Wait. Did my
Uh-oh.
shit crash? My shit
I got
crashed.
kicked out.
Aw, hell
Um,
nah.
Pause. Wait.
Pausing. How do you get a bird? It's one of the question mark rooms. There's like an egg, and you can either eat it or like take the egg and then hatch it, and it hatches into a bird.
Join in.
I'm joining. Yippee!
We're so back. Okay.
Aw, man. Swag.
Swagium.
Swagium. Oh my goodness.
I feel like we're doing better this time.
I think so too. Shout out to this bull nectar. Man, imagine eating honeycombs out of a bull bug.
What?
It's like a bull, right? I don't know. I think that sounds kind of awesome. Yippee! Oh, man, I'm so jealous of your claw. It's so over for me.
Shop. Surely there's a claw in the shop.
Oh, surely. There isn't.
This is not looking good.
It's not looking good at all.
I lost all my strikes already.
Sheesh! How?
this. Kinda it for now. Can get this, I guess. Okay. Saving money for an Act 3 shop, hopefully.
Oh, look at you planning ahead.
Shop was kinda bad. Lower its attack here. It won't do damage. I'm just
Does anyone want energy?
seeing if I can. Oh, that's huge. Has -7 attack.
Sheesh. Oh, yeah, we're doing it. Surely. I don't like that it has like a regular arm.
Y'all
Like-
want to draw cards? I have everyone draws two.
Oh my god, I would love to draw cards. Sheesh. This is so awesome.
Hey, yo, exhaust build?
No.
Why do you sound kind of guilty about it? My goodness. This is so lovely. With a lovely hand of days.
You actually put two. Oh my god, I just saw your stream with the bottles. You actually put two of the Yakult bottles.
Yeah, it's like the sippy straw hat. Do you like it? Oh, Carrot thinks you need more. I don't know where I'd put him though.
They're full
it's fine.
too. Thank you.
Ew. What does that even... What does that mean?
Dies here.
Sheesh. Do you have any Yakult? Like in your fridge?
None on my desk right now.
Oh, okay. Maybe later.
Nice.
Yippee! Wow, shout out to the little birds.
Hmm. Who's our boss? The
Man,
crab.
The crab.
Yeah, give me this.
It's low-key never been more cooked.
Oh yeah.
Ew. Sponsorship, huh?
Wait. Just saw that.
I've never seen this before.
Take it.
Do you think that'll
Surely the
save.
random card's gonna be a claw.
Surely. Well, a claw that already costs 0. I hope
Oh my
it's like
god.
bludgeon.
Do I have an attack card to upgrade? Anyone have attack cards to upgrade?
Don't ask me that. It's a sensitive
Not really.
subject.
We could have some.
I'm okay with any of these.
I don't want the whetstone. I'll take scales because I already have Orichalcum for my block. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Flying Fox. Yeah. Man, I don't even know it to upgrade. It's so good.
Zoe mama.
Ew, why do you say it like that? I guess I could make this 3. Maybe that's cooking.
Okay. Card draw.
Yay! Swaggium.
Nice, thank you.
Wait, we're kind of eating him up, maybe. Maybe, I hope. Pew, pew, pew. I don't know how many haircut options there are for the bird, but I think this one's my favorite.
Wait, you can cut this hair?
Well, no, it just
There's
like
customization?
no, they
Oh,
just
it's
give you a
random.
random one, but I like the one that I got the best. I think. Look, it's so shaggy. He's nonchalant and chill.
Wait, does anyone want an energy?
No, do you
Let
want
me see
energy?
if I have a
Give
bunch of
me
card
energy.
draw. Here's more
Okay.
cards for everyone.
Oh my god, this is so awesome.
Wait, someone give me energy. What the hell?
Did the energy already go to me? Or
No, not yet.
okay. Can I have it?
You know?
Thank you.
I want everyone to know the
Go.
random card from the box was literally just Leap, which is already free. Sigh.
Surely it stacks.
Oh, surely. My goodness. Okay, raise your hand if you want 3 energy. I'm not seeing any hands.
Me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Why do we always fight the crab, huh?
I
You don't
can
like
have
the crab?
energy.
So what?
No, I hate
Oh.
the crab so bad. I don't really remember what
I
the
didn't
other
run into
options
anything this
are,
time.
but
Oh, nice.
I think that's the worst one.
The other one's the worm that eats you, the pulsating one.
Oh, ew! Don't call it pulsating.
Wait,
I'd much rather have that.
I like the crab more than that one. The crabs, I haven't struggled with it that much.
Really, I struggle
I'm
with
trying to
it
think
really
what else
bad.
is Act 2.
Don't worry, guys. I have feral. Surely,
Do
surely.
you have claw?
No, but once I get claw, I will have all the pieces for it.
Oh my god, she has Scrape, Feral,
Sheesh.
Echo Form.
It's gonna
No, yeah.
really pop off. Don't even worry.
Anyone has energy to give? I need
Mm,
some. Or
Don't hold your little hat out. Does anybody have energy? I need some.
I do not have it yet.
yeah, we weak.
Ow. Wait, I forgot to block. God dang it.
Oh no.
Souls for everyone.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Vulnerable on everyone.
Sheesh. Would anybody like some energy?
Not now. I
No.
am out.
Oh, I make one.
Zora has
Let's see.
card. Oh, Rose has it.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, this
27.
Holy
One
shit.
damage off. God dang it.
No, I have counter. I have counter. It'll.
Oh?
Yeah, it'll get them. It'll get them. Look at this. I have the thing that like if Aussie takes damage, they take it, and I have it twice. So they're gonna take 2 extra damage.
2
Nice.
extra damage.
No, 2 times like how much they damage Aussie.
Oh.
Aussie hits them back. Yeah,
Oh.
look at that.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you for the hydrated stretch. No,
Oh.
I look you need more water, huh?
Anyone have energy?
No.
Please.
No.
Yeah, I do not have energy.
But have you
No.
considered bird soup?
Oh, nice. Oh wait, the middle one's gonna res.
Oh, hell no.
It is, even if these two die with the doom? Oh,
Yeah, like that.
man. Okay, what about energy this turn?
Yes, please. I got it. There we go.
Sheesh.
Ooh, cleanse. I take that. Yeah, I take that.
Plain warm.
None of these are claw, bro.
No, surely next
Man,
next
what
stack.
do I even do about that? I'm cooked. Me when my brain leech hates me.
Plain.
How's sparkling? It's good.
Hmm.
Good.
Give me
Well,
this one.
our first run went so good, and then this one, not as much, but like it's fine. It's fine. Everything is so awesome. Mhm. Mhm.
Wait. Hell
Okay.
Ooh,
Okay,
energy, thank
swag.
you.
Okay, never mind. Everything is going so good. But the brain leech starve, that's messed up.
Really?
I'm dense as hell.
Oh, the one on the right's attacking. Yeah, I'm gonna weaken
Oh,
it. Yeah, on the purple claw.
Oh my god, so many things going on.
why is it taking a left? Oh my. Oh, wait. That's good.
Whoa.
Happened.
The Drew Cascade. It's randomized. My. It excels my perfect strike. Oh my god.
Sheesh.
Oh, hell no.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
What am I gonna.
Uh-huh. Yup.
Oh wait. Oh, someone gave me energy. I didn't notice. Shit.
Oh,
That's fine.
surely it's fine.
Oh, you don't have a card though.
Draw cards, everyone.
Oh, nice.
Aye, aye, Captain. I do think this is a lot easier with more people, but I don't know. I got some serious beef with this crab. Sheesh. This looks like a boss fight. This is a boss fight. Kinda sucks eggs, but we're doing it.
I was facing the wrong way.
No. You're just ready for the next turn when it's the big attack's coming. You're just prepped. You're just
yeah.
prepped.
Real and true. I guess we're all pretty healthy. Well, maybe Rose isn't that healthy. But surely that's part of the strat.
Part of the plan.
Yeah,
Oh
calculated.
yeah, look at this.
Card draw, everyone.
Yippee! Your
No?
claw is so big and beefy. It should have been me.
Anyone
can
have
give it
energy to give
almost
her
every
now?
turn.
What?
No.
Oh.
I can cycle my claw almost every turn.
Is your deck just that
What?
small? That's crazy. Aren't you cool? Wow! Mm, mhm, mhm. We're black. What the? Okay, surely it's chill. Hmm. Legendary mud crab? Is that real? I don't think I've ever heard of that before. I hope I get to meet him one day. Does anybody want energy, perhaps? Or are you chilling?
I'm good.
Fine.
Not this turn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. Ow.
Don't even worry, they're almost dead.
Okay, card draw,
Almost.
everyone.
No.
Card draw again. Hell yeah.
Sheesh.
What the hell? Wait. Wait. Pause. What am I gonna use that later? Wait. Oh yeah.
Wait, are they
They're
dead?
dead.
Yo! Oh my god, we're so good
They
at
got
this
the
game.
doom.
Sheesh!
They died?
Yeah, both of them.
Yippee yippee!
Oh, they are, wait.
Legendary is a difficulty. Medcap on that
What are you
difficulty
playing?
one
Oh
shot
my
you?
god, wow.
Oh, I don't think
Wait,
I
how
ever
much strength
play
do you have?
that
What the fuck?
No.
68?
on
Excuse
Legendary.
me?
Sounds hard as hell. Where did you get 68 strength from? Like, how are you
Oh, Neuro
doing
Surge.
that?
Hell yeah.
Demon form and the vulnerable strength thing, probably.
The dominant.
Oh.
I think it's dominant.
Hey yo.
I don't think I want that.
What the?
Oh, this guy. Shop up here.
Does they come?
Transform and upgrade the Runic Pyramid. No longer discard your hand. Kinda good for me, actually. Huh.
Do you think Pandora's box will transform something into a claw if I manifest it really hard?
They will.
You don't
Okay.
even want
Shit!
the strikes
Make
or
sure to say
defense
please.
anyway. You got it?
I did get one.
You got one.
I got one.
Do you not see it?
Yeah. It's so we're so
Yeah.
back.
Let's go. Holy shit. Give me
Oh,
pyramid.
question.
This
What
is
is this?
not bad at all. Okay.
Skills cost 0.
doing it, we're
Oh,
doing
it's for
it.
exhaust build, bro. Oh
Surely
my
she's
God.
exhausting.
Okay.
Need a few words from the wise Monsley. Oh boy.
Exhaust all your skills.
Exhaust all your skills. Why would you do that?
Rose got a card. Whenever you play a skill, exhaust it. But they're all free to play.
Oh.
Ew.
But then
For exhaust build on the Ironclad. That's a thing.
but your blocks. Is that not a little bit cooked?
It is.
Yeah, boo. Oh my god, sorry.
To everyone.
Sheesh.
Okay, plan.
Okay, here's
Go
Monsley.
surge. Forget the front one, right? Yeah.
Pretty awesome, huh?
Draw more cards, everyone.
Oh my god, I have so many cards. Sheesh.
I'm not doing anything now.
Okay.
Wait, my
Swag
defense is free.
Hmm?
My defense is free. Wait, what the hell?
Yeah, no, did you play the corruption?
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a skill card, so all your skill cards are free, but they exhaust.
Oh.
Sheesh.
Maybe not here because they don't do damage, but yeah.
Okay.
Think you should play all your defense for fun. You gotta thin out your deck.
Yeah, you don't need to defend, surely.
Surely.
The. Okay. Wait,
What's
they
with
did
the
more
title?
damage. What the
Yeah.
hell?
What do you mean what's with the title? You're not rocking with the clowns?
That's why I said maybe not do it. Nah, look, they're gonna keep dealing no damage. We're fine.
Okay.
I don't know what Believe Me has been played. Listen. Listen, the vibes have to be right.
Oh my god, the energy. Here, draw everyone.
Where
More cards.
is this energy coming from?
I gave you guys some.
That's so much. Thank you.
Wait,
What's up?
I only have 6 cards on my hand.
You only
You
have
what?
6 cards on your build now.
That's
Mhm.
good. You're thinning out your deck, surely.
You're gonna have no cards.
That's
You're gonna end up with
She's
just
thinning her
Speedfire.
deck.
What the hell?
Oh my god.
Oh, it's dead.
See, that's rose diff. Oh man. Yup.
We have 2 shops here coming up. Okay.
Man, broke as hell.
Which shops? Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell
Souls
nah.
to everyone. Neuro Surge.
Oh my goodness. Do you play League top as a banana? Like Soraka top? No, top is scary.
Play jungle.
Ew! No.
What do you mean?
Play
Blech!
Jungle Soraka.
The hell?
That sounds interesting.
It's peak.
No, I'm a support
Yes,
kind
that
of
was a
fella.
banana.
I
No
tried
one is
support
Ew!
actually.
What am I
can't.
listening to?
What is that?
I don't like it.
Soraka voice line.
I don't like it.
A Raka soundboard?
Ew.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
ew! Stop! What are you doing? Ugh.
Alright.
You're a jungle main? Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Fellow jungle main in chat. Holy shit.
Yuck.
No worry, I get you.
No, yuck. Is that from the Marvel drama? No. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I don't think I have any references to Marvel in my stream. Oh my god, Clash! Sheesh.
Oh,
Where
energy
is this
again.
energy coming
Thank you.
from? I'm just so
That's
good
from
at this
me.
game.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Why do I have 36 block? I mean, I don't really know what's happening. Kind of awesome though.
My Austie is so large. Holy shit. Another one.
Another one.
Sheesh.
I'm out.
Mhm. Okay, okay. I'm killing every teammate.
Here, draw cards, everyone.
Okay. I like how you say that as if we can like choose to do it. Like, all right, everyone, start drawing your cards. Is he dead as hell?
Ooh.
Sheesh.
Do I take that? Yeah, I do.
Gunk up. I like this card art.
Gunking.
Like, this little guy is just getting slimed out.
Your deck is huge.
Thanks, I get that a lot.
What is that?
Oh my
hell
god,
no.
it could be even huger. Sheesh.
Oh,
What
it
actually
downgraded my
happened?
claw.
Aw.
Oh, it re-upgraded it. Never mind.
What happens
How
if you down?
huge would duplicate be?
Um,
Duplicate might be a bit large for me.
I think you should try it. I think that sounds awesome. Oh man, that was just
Bad
okay.
luck at the end of your
It's
turn.
just okay.
This is in your hand. Lose 13.
You don't need it. You don't need that 13. Like, it's fine.
You're right.
It's worth it.
Oh my
40,
god.
49 cards. There we go.
Yeah,
shit.
that's perfect. Sheesh.
Oh, he had a claw.
God, I wish that were me. Get this out of here.
Is there any more shops? Yes.
There is another one, yeah.
Maybe I should have saved money, huh? Sheesh.
Nothing else that good for me here. I'm saving for the other shop.
A guy got a kick from a turnip, and his captain was justifying by saying the vibes need to be right. Oh. Yeah, no, I wasn't referencing that. I just like vibes.
Got a vibe enjoyer.
For real. I guess claw, huh? Wow, thanks for the hydrate and stretch. I'm out of water for real.
Oh.
I'll get some.
Did anyone else break the mirror, or was it just me?
No, I hate
Oh, it's
having
just
a
me.
big deck. I think my ideal deck has 6 cards in it.
They're all claws.
Ocean.
And they're all claws.
Do I have 2 costs?
Any of these are like whatever. I don't have.
I have a couple 2 costs.
Yeah, let's gamble.
I don't really have expensive. Wait, where do you want to gamble at?
Oh, wait.
The 2 defects.
I can't tell what's going on. These fingers are so weird.
Don't
I
say.
play 3 fingers. Raw.
Oh my god, I got the reptile trinket. Who's the real
Aw.
winner? Sheesh. It's me, by the way.
Oh.
Not to brag or anything, but my genetic algorithm is at 26.
Put your finger down.
If
Hey,
what?
Can I have the energy, please? Anyone? Thank you. Oh my god, you're
oh my
actually...
God.
There we go.
Sheesh.
Where's my bad luck? Exhaust this shit before I draw it. Hell yeah. This build would not work with without all the energy. It's just dumb.
I don't even know how we're getting so much. Like, I've
Zora
never
has
seen...
a bunch of energy surge, I think.
I just have 1 energy surge, but I keep drawing it
Oh, you
like
have
3
2.
times a turn.
No, it exhausts.
Oh. Well, I don't know what's going on then.
Huh.
Either.
Oh, I have
Do you
2,
have
maybe
like
I have
when you
2.
exhaust a card, do you like do something to it?
I'm just pressing buttons.
The wasp is playing, he's just narrating.
Yeah, I'm just watching.
Oh my goodness. Swag. Okay. Okay.
You got, you have 9 energy.
This is so awesome. Okay, I think we're gonna win so hard, and it's gonna be so cinema.
Not yet. That's no. Never mind.
Now we don't need the upgrades. Oh, it's dead.
What is going on right now?
Can this back one die? Oh my god, I'm drawing nothing.
Sure, here. Oh,
Nice.
No,
There's
that.
my upgrades back. Thank you.
Look at that.
Everyone draw. Wait, I'm not. I'm gonna wait
Don't
for Rose
say
to play some
everyone.
cards. I have a draw.
Sheesh.
Play some shit. Play some shit. Yeah.
Wait.
You have 10 energy, Rose.
No.
Okay, there we go.
Sheesh.
Oh my god, what is
cards.
What is
happening?
even going on?
Cards are just like flying across
What
the
happened?
screen.
Random bullshit go.
What is that?
Not everything. Holy.
Wow.
The power of the bucket.
Sheesh. Is it like a Ratatouille situation?
Wait, I can do more. What is going on?
You can give more. Oh, nice.
Sheesh.
Hell yeah.
Beating
I
remnants.
don't even know what
Oh
that
my
means.
god, that's so nice.
I don't think any of us have anything like actually like for a build.
What
just
do
have a
you
lot of,
mean?
like- I have AoE card draw for like the whole
Girl.
party, and someone has AoE
That's
energy,
so
and it's
busted.
working out.
Yeah, it kind of is. Guy, we have builds. Don't say that. They're
The fuck is a
they're
build?
they're real to
Why am I
me.
black screened right now? Hello.
Oh, I thought that's
Same,
just
I don't
me.
know why.
What happened?
Wasp div.
It is. It is. I'm Alt F4.
Time to save scum.
How? I can't get to the menu. How do I save scum?
I Alt F4'd it.
Same.
Does that not close like
Oh, just like that?
everything?
It closes whatever you're in right now.
Yeah. Like the current like
Oh,
Whatever you're clicked
Okay.
into.
yeah you're clicked
that
on.
scares me. I don't ever be
Yeah,
using
click on
that.
OBS and try it.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
You
welcome.
can do Alt Tab and just close it from there if you don't want Alt F4.
Alt F4 my wasp.
No,
Join back in.
lead him. Yippee!
I just saw Nelfie was typing in chat in the movies in chat. I just saw that. Oh my god, like we never left.
Oh my
Skip this
god,
again.
real.
Oh, I have money. Okay.
Must be nice.
Draw 2 if you were at the first turn. Oh, upgrade 3 cards, please.
Yeah,
This
I
is
need
what
that
it
shit
was
after
for.
doubling my whole fucking collection of cards.
It'd be funny if we
Right.
died. That is so messed up.
Oh, that is crazy.
Ugh.
I've never seen that happen. I can't Smith because all my cards are upgraded.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so wild. How many cards do you have?
Only 14.
Oh, and I finally get this
Okay.
one.
I don't really know what to get rid of. I guess I don't need this.
Oh, it's the lizard. Oh, this is gonna be a
Which
bit
one?
scary actually.
Hell
It
yeah.
is? Are you not
The
a
first
lizard witch, right?
turn, the first phase is I'm always afraid of the first phase for this guy.
Oh.
Do you remember the gimmick? When you play a skill, it gains like 2 strength, and I have a lot of card draw skills and shit.
Well, surely we just kill him on the first turn and it doesn't matter.
No.
Surely.
Surely.
Oh, draw a card, everyone.
No. Oh my god. Man. Selain isang concern minsan. Tapos,
Oh, you have gang up.
I'm not sure what that
Jump
one
him.
does.
Deals 5
Jumped him.
damage and 5 extra damage if another player's attacked. So each time you guys attack them, I gain an extra instance. I have
Oh.
127 currently. 135. Keep attacking him.
Huh?
Keep attacking.
What is going on? This is the most like crazy.
Oh my god, I can draw more. Where'd that come
Oh?
from?
What?
I got
I have
claws. What is
142
happening?
now. Oh my god, 157.
It's about to go crazy. Watch this.
172.
Watch it.
210.
Oh my! Where'd I get a claw from?
More? Oh my god.
Hello? Who's drawing cards? Why do I keep having cards?
I genuinely don't know.
Oh my god. Hello?
Surely this can
Eat it
happen
up,
on the boss,
eat it
right?
up.
Surely.
Yeah.
Okay, that's. There
Do
we
you
go.
not? Wait, do you have
Oh,
a
and I
season
got a
top? Yeah, you have a
Oh, yeah, I
season top. That's
do.
why you're drawing
That's
cards.
crazy.
I don't remember getting that.
Oh, look at this.
What
Bam.
the? Oh my god.
It's because I have the thing to sacrifice card rewards, and I keep getting random relic.
That's so
Oh,
nice.
from the wing.
That's so
Mhm.
nice.
So if it's not a claw, it just
Oh,
gets
here's gold for
sacrificed.
everyone. Oh, you all want to draw cards? Here you go.
No, oh my god.
Do I want that?
Oh, my
Kinda.
genetic algorithm.
Oh, I got debilitate. That's nice.
Sheesh.
It's gonna be the
Gang
easiest fight
ups
we've ever had.
genuinely the best
Yeah, I
upgrade I
think
can get here.
so.
We all attack so much.
I think we're going crazy.
I'm going peanut around.
Gonna try to not cast
Yeah.
that many skills at the start.
I
Okay.
will.
I had to cast 400 skills. No way my potion just gave me feral too. Like, what is happening?
I'm gonna cast
Sheesh.
this one to give everyone soul, just to help you guys draw into more cards, maybe.
Thank you.
What if we kill him in one turn and we don't need to worry?
I feel like that's real.
I need energy actually, damn. Oh, thank you. Whoever that was.
Oh, wait. Wait,
Fuck it. Let's
wait.
play as many skills as we can.
Okay.
Let's play
wait,
all the
wait,
skills in the
wait,
entire
wait.
game.
Okay.
I don't
sounds
have
good.
more card draw, so like we can't scale with this.
Yeah.
What if we could?
What if we do?
I need my
Hear
card
me
draws
out.
first. I need my card
Here.
draws first.
We're killing him. It's fine. Look, he's dead.
He's so dead.
Okay, nice. Oh my god.
Wait, why did that work? I was
That's
trolling
funny.
Loki.
Holy.
Oh my god.
It's not even
Sheesh.
close.
It's like climatic. No, that was so climatic. Look at
Hey,
him.
we beat him now.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Okay, now we kill him again.
yeah.
Oh, souls for everyone.
Yay!
Oh, it's so over.
Eating up.
Eat it up.
Oh my god, why do I have so many souls? Sheesh. Oh, look at that claw. Beautiful.
And just sitting here waiting someone pops energy.
For you.
Oh my god, it happened.
I have like too many souls. What am I supposed to do with all this?
Wait for energy to happen again, magically.
Magically?
Hold on. Magic energy.
Oh, oh.
Thinking.
Oh my goodness.
Energy. Surely I draw it.
Oh.
Oh, I don't draw it. You're cooked. I'm sorry.
You're going crazy though.
I'm trying. like this one. I don't know. I feel like this one's easier than the crab. I'm just really a crab hater, I think.
I think this boss is okay in multiplayer, but alone this guy sucks.
Really, I feel like he's not even that bad in multiplayer. Or alone,
Oh, y'all want to
sorry.
draw cards? Draw cards. There we go.
Killed him.
I only threw one from that. God dang.
Sheesh.
Man.
Summon.
Oh, he died? I cannot even use my card now. What the hell? What?
The easiest run I've ever played.
Get back up.
Hell.
Okay, toe check. His are pretty long as well.
What?
Oh,
Sorry. I think there's a correlation between the
and
length.
post in general, everyone.
I think this guy's the final boss.
No, not yours. What the?
Exclamation point Discord. Put your feet in there.
No. What is wrong with you?
Really?
Interesting. Oh, thank you so much.
It's 1 damage.
Anybody who puts their feet in general gets a free
No.
gift sub.
No, that's not true. Who's funding that? You?
Someone will, don't worry. The
Okay.
logistics will get sorted out later.
Okay. Man, if he was an intangible, like a coward, he'd
Austin
be
is
dead as
tankier than
hell.
me right now. Austin has 78 HP.
Girl, why is your Aussie so big? Okay. Cooking?
What the oh my.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Oh, y'all want to draw cards?
Yeah, I was just
Claw does
thinking
100
that.
damage.
Oh, man, aren't you cool?
He might actually die.
I'm sure he will. The power of friendship. Oh my god. Sheesh.
They're gone. Austin has 90 HP.
I've never seen it so big before. Sheesh.
Damn.
The scene Rose. Yeah, I saw the screenshot, Zen. I saw
300
that.
plus? Rose, how do you even get... Like, what card did you have that got him so big? Or were you just, like, blocking all the damage?
The dirt.
into you?
There's one card,
spin that
Dirge.
thing.
Yeah. It's X cost, and it increases the summon and gives you souls.
Oh. That's kind of awesome. Wait, this art is so
Oh,
cute.
welcome back, Rose.
The defect is sweating. Cute, cute,
I got
cute,
this
cute.
thing.
That felt so much better than the defect run.
Really, I felt like my build didn't make as much sense, but things sure were happening.
I was like one good card from an infinite.
Really? Ah, that's so cool.
Yeah, like one energy
Yeah,
card that
Zora got
wasn't
the
exhaust, I
infinite
would have had an
almost, like,
infinite.
before the boss, they got the infinite. They just kept going.
Sheesh.
Hey yo, join in, join in. And then
Go
go
get
try
some
it for
water
another
fast.
unlock.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Go
I'll
get
get
some water or something. I'm gonna go get a
Okay.
snack too.
Okay.
Alright,
Sounds
I'll be
good.
right back as well.
I don't know. Put on baby sentry. 13 hours. Sheesh. Wait, that's so many. Thank you. Okay. Here you go. I'll be back. I'm back. Oh, we're so back. Sheesh. Oh, thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yippee, yippee, yippee.
Join in.
Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Join us, join us.
Oh my god, I'm joining. Oh my god, I'm hydrating. Thank you.
Getting my other
Return the
unlock I
faucet
need to
off.
get still.
Turn the what?
The faucet off.
Turn the faucet off?
Never mind.
Like the song? Oh my god, what a
Mhm.
good one.
Oh, I'm the defect again.
Scheiße. Mocking. I think that's good.
Oh, you got Bellows early.
Is that good? I never.
It's really good for your character.
Okay.
First hand is upgraded, and your first hand is better because of the snake ring.
Oh, that makes sense. So many bucket heads. Do you like them? Pretty cool, huh?
You can poke it if you want.
Your bucket? I'm gonna take a baseball
Mhm.
bat to it.
Okay.
And it'll go cling.
Can you just aim for the back of my head?
Why the back?
I don't want a broken nose.
You don't?
No, but I'll take like the damage for it though.
Okay. Has anyone broke their nose before?
I haven't.
You haven't?
Not yet.
Not yet! She said maybe later.
Queuing it up.
Sheesh. It got so hot in here. So messed up. So sick and twisted.
It's really hot in here.
Ugh. Prep viewer for a total of 6 days. Oh my god. Sheesh.
Let's get
That's
some
so
watch
nice,
times in
thank
chat.
you. 16 days. Sheesh.
Wait, what's the command for that? I
Nice.
want to see.
Exclamation point watch time.
Oh my god.
Sheesh. Oh.
You guys, you guys really be watching that. Thank you.
I was gonna have like a
Observe
whole
that.
month.
Oh, month.
Our mugs on us on like the. I remember this. They had more.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did this before.
Yeah.
I don't remember what their numbers were, but I do know they are. I think they're my number one watcher.
They do hidden cache here. Guys, how do you build the region?
You
Either
ignore.
smithing, like forging.
No, you ignore
Forging or
smithing because that's hard as hell, and then
No,
you
that's a
just
better
do
one.
stars. No, I like stars better.
And you also like claw though.
Yeah, and did you see how Zora was popping off with that? I don't want to hear it. Ugh.
I don't know.
Is it
Aw, this
7
is
a.m. for
sad.
you guys? Did you guys
It
go to
is?
sleep?
Oh fuck! It's it's like
Or did you just stay up until 7?
5:51.
Okay.
I haven't slept. I told you I was like playing Slay the Spire the whole day.
Okay. Did you study at all today?
Oh my god! Wait, can we kill it?
Hmm.
Technically, it's my vacation, so we don't have to think about that.
It
Kinda.
is?
Kinda.
Is that real?
It's not. Well, it's like the
I don't
Holy Week
even
thing, and
know.
so we don't have classes. It's not a vacation, but like just for the week.
Oh. It's kind of
It's
nice.
like a bit of a holidays.
Do you have any plans?
This was it.
Oh, Slay the Spire. 24 hours.
You planned on us joining randomly.
Sure.
randomly joined like 4 lobbies today. I think that's good.
Wait, really? You did that too? Do you just like sit in
Slay the
the
Spire?
join? Yeah, do you just like camp the join button and then
No,
wait? You like refresh every time you see
no,
a
cause
friend
like
get on?
I woke up and like Anthony and Zan was playing, so I was like I'm gonna join there, and then I
Oh,
forgot that I actually planned to play Slay the Spire today with Gugu and Timeless, so I had to ditch them and go play with Gugu and
what
Timeless.
the?
And then I played with Rose, and then you guys showed up. Y'all spawned
Oh,
in,
okay.
and
Kind of awesome.
also I don't know what I want here. I'm gonna skip. No, I'm gonna take this one. I actually wanted to do sword build, but I'm not getting any swords.
Surely you'll get one eventually. After you already like switch off of it.
Don't say that.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
No.
Oh, sorry. Just wondering. 1 month, 7 days, 2 hours. Oh my goodness. That's so lovely.
That's my goat.
Kind of
Oh, piercing
real.
well. Nice.
Sheesh.
I knew Owl would have a month. I knew it.
They just build
Over a month is
different.
crazy.
That's so nice. Why do I have a plasma? Sheesh.
You're welcome.
I'm so good at this game.
Oh,
And I'm actually not getting it. God damn it.
Oh, it's so
maybe the shop will be good
over.
for you.
Devastate. Fuck
Oh,
it, star build.
too.
Another. Do I do minion build?
Oh, is that good?
No, it's really bad actually.
I think you should try it.
It's like the worst one.
I think you should try it and see what happens.
Wait, I got bombardment though. I kinda have to go for that.
Sheesh.
Oh, hell no.
I really don't like these guys.
Um, yeah. I don't really know the best strat for these guys either. It's just kind of cooked all around, maybe, perhaps.
Oh my god, 0 cost bombardment.
Sheesh.
That's the
Oh,
strat.
no.
That's the strat, huh? 60s out of 5 months?
Yeah.
I feel like that's not horrible.
Here it
It's
is.
not
It's coming down. Look at this
crazy.
shit. Bombardment. Hell
Look at-
yeah.
I gotta wait
Oh,
for other
wait.
animations. Sheesh.
Kinda
Hmm.
taking damage here though.
Swag. Do you think these guys can like close their mouths, or do you think they're just stuck like that?
Can you fill the back one, you think?
I think they're
Well, I
always
guess
open.
I mean, the back one's closed already, so you can.
Wait, this close, huh?
So they're just like freaky when their mouths are open like that?
They're always.
We see.
Except when they're blocking.
Uh-huh. Swag. Thank you for the alert, Kurt. Hi, Icy. I've been meeting to say Pika. Don't tell him. Pika Pika.
Oh my god, the wasp just went so close to my face. That was scary.
What? Like, maybe
Look.
get it out of there.
I don't want
Why
to
are
touch
you-
him.
Just like put him in a cup.
Nah.
Nah. Okay, check this out.
That was just you doing that.
It was.
Yeah, you were like.
Yeah. Oh, man, these guys are so unfortunate.
Broke the shield on the front one.
Swaggy,
That's all I have.
So
Ow.
Oh.
You left
Oh,
his
it doesn't
family
hit
behind.
me. Never mind.
Sheesh. Okay, okay. We're beating everyone up. Yippee.
I'm gonna weaken this one.
Okay, okay. Yippee. They take so long.
Oh, nice.
Little free
Oh.
bobs.
Did we kill that?
Surely.
Really? I don't have anything else.
Surely someone's got to strike. Sheesh.
There we go.
This is so awesome. I like seeing the bomb come out of the sky. And land on him. Mm. Yeah. Sheesh.
Give me
We're
that.
so
That's
good.
so long.
Why
I
are
got
you
my
on
AoE
9
card after the AoE
HP?
combat, guys.
Yo.
Oh, yeah.
Got 7 stars.
Oh, sorry. I'm locked in, don't worry.
I have skills.
Mm,
Don't really have skills. Anyone have skills?
Skills?
Yeah.
I have some. Like, you get for defense.
I'm down for any of the other ones.
I really. None of these are
You
crazy.
can pick one. I don't care.
I cannot pick this one.
You can't pick this?
Yeah, I don't use the pick.
Oh, whoops.
Wait.
This is true.
Also, do you have what build are you going for? Do you have
Um,
shivs?
Whatever presents itself.
Shivs would be good for Kusarigama.
I like the way you said it. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
I have one shiv card, but I'm not gonna go crazy.
Okay, 2 elites.
Sheesh.
Oh, it's already done.
It's so
We hit the
over.
limit.
Imagine.
Oh my god. All of a sudden, I'm falling asleep.
Oh my.
Then I'm like, no, hell yeah.
No, go rest after this one.
Yeah, don't worry, don't worry.
7 damage. Okay, I got it.
You got
One.
it.
Okay. What gave me stars?
Sheesh. Stars go crazy.
Stars.
Something gave me stars. I don't even know what it was.
You're asking Monsley how to recover from being sick? Okay, listen up. Listen up. This is important stuff. Okay, I hope you wrote that down. Sheesh.
It's a lot of damage, actually.
Almost. Ow.
Oh my goodness.
Got it.
Sheesh. Okay. Cooking? Maybe. The water's simmering.
How's your
One
gold?
carrot in there.
Let's go. We're all going here, yeah. Nice. Bombardment.
Okay.
There we go.
Man, it's looking all broken here.
Oh.
Looking like no claws in here.
It's so sad. Oh my god, that would go
Whoa.
so crazy if I wasn't broke as a... Okay.
Just take my
Everything
money.
is fine. Okay. Give me your $3.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Is that you?
Mhm.
Ooh. Actually, kind of want that.
Surely you do. Oh my god! Who up running around in the cold rain?
We're fighting fish.
Yeah.
Who up fighting fish?
Stay for
Oh,
this.
it's so interesting looking. Now, do you think he can close his mouth?
I don't think he wants to. He doesn't look interested.
Closing his mouth?
Look at him. He's like,
Ew.
He looks like he runs around in the rain.
Oh. Wait, look, his flap is quivering a little bit.
It's kind of quivering quickly. Didn't know you had that in him.
Man, I hate Beckons so much. Ugh. Yuck. Okay.
Bacon got me.
It's so over.
Ranger ball. Hmm.
Mm. I didn't notice that it got like transparent like that. Is that regular?
Yeah, you see the organs.
No, but it looks like extra, like.
It's because the intangible.
Oh. What? Does intangible make you
It
have
makes the
your
test subject also
Mhm.
transparent.
kidneys visible? Okay.
Or translucent or whatever it's called.
I don't remember the difference. Sheesh. What Brahmin people?
Southwest.
His eyelid, I don't know. He's really ugly. Don't like him very much.
All mine.
Salt mine?
So that's all of my cards. What do you,
Oh,
man?
Pepper farm?
eating
What?
eating chili peppers to stay warm.
Well, I think I kill it.
You kill it?
Wait, it's at help. I don't have block.
Don't even worry.
Actually, I can do this.
You want HP. Thanks.
Oh my god! I got
There it
another
goes.
unlock!
Ew, and then they
I'm
just
I'm
land in a
almost
pile
ready to
on the
just play
floor.
Necrobinder and nothing else.
Is this a scrub mommy?
Damage AoE.
When you throw all this.
9 strength.
Oh. What is that
Give me
for?
this.
Ah, cute. The Silent has sisters? Didn't even know.
End of your turn, exhaust the top of your draw pile. No.
No.
I'm taking the energy and but only for Act 2.
Man, I feel
Oh,
like
we have compass. Nice.
the only good
What's
one.
compass is this?
I got compass.
Sheesh.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, where do we go, guys?
Well, maybe so clean the room.
I think we should go over here.
Thinking. Oh, okay. Alright, here's me.
I love this.
I like the noise it makes. Monsi has a PhD. I didn't even know that. It's kind of awesome.
I have so many cards. What happened?
I don't know. Swag yum.
For real.
That's a lot.
153. Sheesh. Sheesh. I need more big attacks. Sheesh.
Oh yeah.
Does
Oh,
that just like automatically play? Or like how do you keep getting it?
So basically, it exhausts, but it has a gimmick that if it's in the exhaust pile, it plays at the start of my turn. So it just I
Oh.
cast it once and it just goes. Yeah.
Whoa. Wait, this is so awesome.
Lost Wisp. Whenever you play a power, deal AoE
it's not
damage.
really sure. Yes, that.
I'm gating the gold.
Mm. Yeah.
Hmm. Wait, what does this do? 11 strength. Maybe that. This works.
What is that? Raining stars.
Hell yeah.
What is that?
AoE damage, AoE strength down.
Nice.
Sheesh.
Just need star generation now.
Oh my god, I love Starbound.
I love this.
Oh my god, hidden catch. Sheesh. You're cooking, you're cooking.
It didn't die.
No. Sheesh.
Can we kill the middle one that's attacking, please? Thank you.
What the? Oh. Well, well, surely. Oh my god.
I skip.
Oh, this exhaust, huh? Interesting. Oh my god, sorry.
Really?
Oh my god, feather. Oh my god, huge.
Feather?
I don't have to rest anymore. Heal
Sheesh.
3 whenever you enter rest site. Or like 3 per
Sheesh.
5 cards.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm not taking pillow. I'm not resting.
Not resting. I don't know. It's okay. He's surely fine.
Oh,
No! My hidden cache. Fallen star. Do I want to just get rid of that? I have a better one, right? I have Gamma Blast. Get rid of that.
Gamma blast.
it's weird.
Oh my god, somebody please give him a face. Sheesh.
Hmm.
Oh, do we have a shop? Okay, we do have a shop.
Oh, this.
Perfect fit. Whenever this would be shuffled, place it on top instead. Keep drawing into something.
Hi, Hero.
Maybe.
Thank you for the bit. That's so nice of you.
Wait, this is the fucking Junji Ito bullshit. The fucking hole. Like, this hole was made for me, fucking copy pasta. That Kaya keeps talking about. It's a
This?
Junji
The
Ito
sudden
reference.
sight of a massive field. This is a reference?
Yeah. This whole encounter.
Really? Oh. I don't
Enter
know
your
very much
hole.
about
I'm
Junji
entering the
Ito.
hole.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Junji Ito, yeah.
Oh. I didn't even know there was a whole situation. I only know about the spiral stuff. His soul wasn't made for the Yakult bottle. Shit. It's kind of awesome.
Also, yeah, hi, hero.
Hi, Hero.
Hi.
Yeah, pero
Oh my goodness, I love shopping. Hmm. Maybe, how can you tell? Nuh-uh.
And clumsy. Okay.
Is this a save money moment? Or is this a pair moment?
I'm broke now. I bought
Pair
this.
moment.
I wanted to try something. I
like
bought the one
pairs.
where like card rewards can now contain colorless. And I want to see if there's any
Oh,
good colorless cards.
silly. Thank
is,
you for
is
the
that
big
right?
hero. I'm awake, I'm awake, I'm awake, I'm awake. Don't even worry. Don't even worry.
Why take
Check
this
this
full
out.
hit? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, take this
Piercing
one.
Whale. Oh my god. Oh, why did I bombardment actually? That's gonna daze me. Wait a second. No.
Surely
Wait,
days is
shit.
no issue. Surely it doesn't even affect you. Surely this is so chill.
Oh, wait, wait.
Got a lot of potions, huh?
Oh god.
Sheesh. Hmm. Uh-huh, yup. Yup, yup. think everything's going good.
Hmm?
Sheesh.
I need to roll my defense. That baby.
This hand
What
is
the-
looking so good. Wowie. Surely he's dead like this turn.
Wait. Oh, maybe no.
Oh, it's all days.
It's like kind of awesome. Sheesh.
21.
It's so chill. Oh, we have to do another one? Uh,
Surely next turn.
surely. My
Really?
goodness. Man, shout out to
I
Bombardment.
have nothing.
Oh,
Y'all got it though.
yeah.
I have defense.
No, y'all got. Okay, nice.
Sheesh. I'm eating him. I'm eating him.
Oh, now I'm getting forge. God damn it.
Oh,
this is
accelerate. What if we shift to poison?
You're a random potion. That sounds fun.
Surely that works.
I'm getting my colorless cards. Oh my god.
Bow, 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 bow.
Oh, nothing good.
Zero cost random potion. Surely I get something good here.
Oh, Dying Star is so good. Sheesh. What do you think this thing's head looks like? Or do you think it's like a loop?
Are they not like eating each other? Is it not like
Are they?
a vor train?
What? Do you think this is a mouth? I thought
Kinda
they
how
were.
I saw it.
Oh, I thought they were just like fused in an unfortunate, scary way.
Oh, it's
Is
a
that
lot
not
of
real?
damage.
Kinda real, huh?
Heroes have this.
What is that?
I don't know. Not nice. It's a random card.
Surely that random card is our win condition.
Star? No damage?
Sheesh. Okay. My goodness.
I'm so low on actual like star generation. This is bad.
Oh,
I barely
no.
have any.
Uh, um, uh, um. Surely at the end of this combat, you get a card that's like gains 6 stars.
Who wants a random card?
Huh?
Who wants the Gamba?
I love Gamba.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Is it anything good?
It's gained 14 block. Which is pretty awesome if you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez.
God, it's a mosquito.
Was your window open too?
I don't have a window. I don't know how it got in.
What? You don't have a window?
In my room, no.
What if there's a fire? You're just like cooked, huh?
No, it won't get in.
What if your computer like just combusts?
Oh. No. That surely not.
No, I in the United States, I think it's illegal to have like a room be classified without a window.
There's like holes at the top of my door.
What? Like mosquito doors? What do you mean holes at the top of your?
Oh, hell yeah.
What? Okay. You mean like vents, like for airflow,
No, it's just like
or like you punched a hole?
they install like a sliding door where a door is not actually supposed to be. But they
Okay.
were like, we're just gonna leave this part at the top open, and it's just open.
Oh, why did they do that?
So like I wouldn't suffocate, I guess.
Oh, that's good. I see. Your mom won't let Ozzy's PC explode. Wow. What would we do without you? Mm. Siliki, huh?
You're not.
Sheesh.
Annoying thing about Dying Stars, I need to cast it each time, otherwise it just goes away, because it's ethereal, and it burns my stars so much. Like I don't want to
Wait,
lose
that's
it.
kinda
It's a good
rough.
card.
Yeah. I have piercing whales, so like.
That exhausts though. The Dying
Oh,
Star
it
like
does.
it's just there, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're like Loki cooked. Ew. I love taking damage.
Bombardment soon at least.
Who are bombarding?
Oh, I don't have anything.
I take so much damage here, goddamn.
Uh,
18. Take 24 damage here.
Sheesh.
Oof.
We're all still pretty healthy. Surely we scale.
Full blocking to make sure like I keep alive, so my bombardment keeps going. I think if I die, that stops.
That makes sense. Man, I need a big attack.
I can't play more than 3 cards a turn now. Damn. Okay.
Yuck.
Bombardment counts as a card. Fuck my life.
Oh. It's so over.
Why did I take this? Oh no. Two cards per turn. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Surely that's all you need.
My pocket
we
watch procs every turn now, at least. Whenever I play 3 or fewer cards,
Oh.
I draw more.
Well, that's good. Only 800 more damage, huh?
That is a lot of damage it's doing. Oh no.
Sheesh. Wait, that was so nice.
All mine. Oh god. I get Dying Star next.
Okay, cooking.
Oh,
Another debuff on us. Oh my god.
another one?
I think after this one it debuffs us. After this. Oh, it heals up first. Oh great.
It heal. Oh my god. It heal.
But look how low it is. Surely, surely we win
Oh,
this.
120 heal.
No, that's like small beans.
Okay, another debuff. Let's go.
Let's go.
I got 7 stars next turn, I think.
Sheesh.
So I have a big turn coming up. I might also have Dying Star. This could be good. Gang up, holy shit.
Kill one less energy. Oh my god.
1 less energy. I'm taking that. I don't need the energy, I just need my stars. Hell yeah.
Love taking 21 damage. Sheesh.
I'm lowering it. Attack it, attack it. Please, die.
Attacking.
Nice.
Oh, that doesn't.
Yeah, that was so good.
Draw one card and exhaust one card from your hand. Huh.
As soon
Do
as
I
I
want
get
that?
a poison card, it's gonna go crazy.
Kinda want that. This person.
You say you hate this person?
No, this is good. This is good. Hmm.
Okay.
What are you guys picking?
I took the fur coat. Because the other
Oh,
things
nice.
weren't that good. Money
I took
check.
apotheosis.
I'll take Frond, the potion one.
I got
Hmm.
the
Okay.
blooming fruit.
2 elites?
Is there a shop? Oh no. Yeah, damn.
Do you have a lot of gold?
Not really, no.
Oh wait, yeah,
We
this doesn't
path
have
for the
any
shop.
shop, huh?
We can go far right instead. We have a free elite at the end, but we do have one elite we have to go for here.
Okay,
So there's a shop here.
Shopping.
I'm giving up on the line. My hand is too tight for it.
Do you say your hand is too tight for it? I don't really know what that means at all.
I've been like at my PC the whole day. My arm is getting sore.
Oh.
I'm skipping this. This is kind of bad.
Oh no.
Ah, hell no.
Yep. Oh, I get free void form. Huge.
Huge.
Apotheosis.
Wait. Why can I not play my potion? Hello, game?
Where's your potion at?
Oh, I'm stupid. This is bad.
What's bad? What's bad?
Oh,
What's bad?
I forgot the void form ends your turn.
Oh.
Well,
It's fine. I'm taking 1 hit. That's alright.
You didn't need
Thank you for the
that
whale.
max HP anyway.
Just
hell
2.
yeah.
Wait, oh my god. Orichalcum blocks for me. Oh my, I didn't even lose it. Hell
That's so
yeah.
nice. Hydrate and stretch for everyone except Frost. That is so messed up of you. Die. Sigh. Man, I appreciate the lack of strength on these fellas. Kind of awesome.
I really hope I get like potion slots. That would be so good on mine.
Like the potion,
Potion
belt?
belt.
Mm.
So I refill all my potions. I'm just spamming them.
Oh, that's
Oh,
nice.
They're
Nice.
refilling.
I've had 5 potions. I feel like none of them have been especially helpful. I'm low-key hoarding them.
The beetle one's
Sheesh.
really good. It stacks with weak.
Oh,
Good for the boss, yeah.
that's so nice.
Every 10 cards you draw, gain an energy. Ooh.
Okay, cooking. Cooking.
Oh.
Sheesh.
Ooh, panache. No, I need hidden cash. I need the stars.
Oh,
I'm actually
panache.
turning down panache.
Hmm.
嗯，
18. God damn.
Sheesh. My goodness. Sheesh.
嗯，
That goes so crazy. Hmm.
$24.
it's flying.
Yeah.
Star. Bombardment.
Nice, 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 nice.
Star.
Star.
I'm just gonna draw a Dying Star again next turn.
Sheesh.
Oh, does it die here? Hey, nice.
Let's go. Man, I love poison.
No.
Oh. Kinda good.
Mm, what else?
Oh.
Exhaust cards.
Mm. I
I kinda exhaust cards if y'all are fine with this.
really.
Me taking this one.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, wait, do you want this, Foss? Do you have shivs?
Not really. I'm kind of going
Okay, never
poison.
mind.
You good?
Oh.
We're so elite build.
Oh,
Oh,
hell
these
no.
guys.
No, you love these guys.
Do we?
Yeah.
No.
Oh. Be a little bit. Hmm. Why is the Flail Knight's head so small? And his neck is so thick. Sheesh.
Of Dying Star.
Huh?
Nice.
Nice.
Sheesh.
Oh, yeah?
This might be big for me. I have lethal for both of them. Let me see.
You
Do I draw
do?
the right thing?
How?
Because I have 2 flex potions.
Oh.
This thing. Aw, barely. There we go. That's nice though.
Wow.
Uh,
Oh my
I
god, shut up,
do-
Claw. Sheesh.
this one next. Oh, nice today. Hell yeah.
Wait.
You good?
Mm.
Kill. No, I don't want that. 21 blocked attack is reflected back at the attacker. Oh,
Oh,
that sounds nice.
that's a nice.
Generate, upgrade.
Yippee!
Oh, hell no.
No!
What is this?
This is why I chose the other
You're
one.
not allowed to reject. Face lethal repercussions. What is this? What is lethal?
Who was it? Who clicked left? Lethal repercussions. If you keep clicking it, it just like, oh, do you really want to abandon your game? And it just kills us. It's a
Really?
give up button. Yeah, because I tested it.
Wow. It's kind of funny, huh?
Mm.
2 random relics or upgrade 2 cards.
Cute.
Do I have that many cards to upgrade? Not really. Okay, 2 random relics.
What is the point
7
of
max HP and
obtaining
pendulum.
gold? There's not even another thing. That was awesome. I liked that one. I've never seen that one before. Shee.
Upgrade. Upgrade.
Oh. Thank you.
It's Ghost of the Shield. The...
Oh, that could work. This is 30 damage.
Sheesh.
Oh wait, piercing whale. Oh, I reflected. My reflect is tickling them.
Tickling them. Kind of awesome.
Oh, I got regret. No.
There. Don't regret.
This is bad.
Nuh-uh.
Ooh, panache.
Sheesh.
Oh, this is gonna be.
It's gonna be hard. Oh shit, wait.
I mean, we didn't even go to 5 elites.
Oh, ice cream.
Oh shit!
Sheesh.
Not me.
Hmm.
That's fun. That can work.
So,
Lowering their thing.
Oh my goodness, so many cards. Don't worry, Carrot. I've been drinking water.
oh, that's
Don't even worry.
Yeah.
And I And butt
20
skills,
strength.
Um,
Who wants energy? Anyone want energy?
no.
No.
Thing.
All of these are skills. It's so over.
Oh,
Ouch.
damn.
Surely we kill it here.
Yeah.
Aroy.
Surely.
Mm. Um.
Oh, look at this. 4 random
Okay.
attacks in discard pile.
Okay.
Let's go!
Oh, thank goodness.
Can you guys finish it off, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
That
Oh
was
my God.
so scary.
Oh, royalty plus. Oh my god.
Yeah. Man, who didn't rest at the rest site? That was kind of silly of them.
Wait, you didn't rest?
Nah.
Ayun.
I don't need that, surely. Um, remove this, I guess. 30.
Didn't need that. Thank you for the 3 stars, Sekiro.
Oh, it's getting small.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Okay. Everything is so regular and not scary. Ouch. Okay.
I got the random attacks thing again.
Sheesh.
Do I even have any good ones? I don't have anything in my discard though. Shit.
Oh.
I'll just bombardment.
I'm not scanning this.
Another wound.
I like it being little. It just
Hell
looks
yeah.
pretty cute.
Actually, I can exhaust the wound. Oh my god.
Sheesh.
Oh shit.
Wow. Eventful.
Exhaust the wound. Wait, I should have exhausted regret. What am I doing?
Why is it 0 damage? What the?
Intangible.
No, I can't have 0.
Oh, Dying Star.
Oh.
Sheesh. Do it again.
Here. Does anyone have energy potion for me? Or nah?
No. I have card draw.
Wait,
That's
can you
it.
gigantification potion me? Whoever had that. Thank you. The-
Is it chill if I die? Oh my god. That was crazy.
Nope.
Do you want card draw before I die?
I'm out of energy. Zora can use it.
He does. Yo! Love to see a claw.
I think you can do it.
Favorite.
Zora, more card draw.
Go. Sheesh. Amazing.
Bingeable.
Good night.
Dang
I'm
it.
taking a nap. Wait, it is transparent. I never even noticed that is how you can tell they're intangible. Sheesh.
Oh, nice, it does.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Easy. Hell yeah.
We're so good at this
I'm
game.
done with the region too. Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
You really just want to play one character, huh?
Yeah.
I guess you
Oh
like
my
what you like.
god. My last one's the Ironclad, and I can just be a one trick in peace.
Let's go.
Ah.
I can't believe we won all of those, and we didn't even have to save scum.
GG's.
GG's.
Unlock. Give me my
Alright.
epochs.
Thank you guys for playing with me. Thanks
Thank you guys for spawning in.
Thanks for letting us just hop in unannounced. That was so awesome. I hope
Alright,
you have a good night. Bye.
See you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I'm sorry it was a little bit more of a low energy type of deal. I don't know. I'm kind of sleepy. I'm gonna take a big ol' nap, maybe perhaps, or eat some rice. Either one. Surely either one will help. But yeah, thank you. What day is it? Thursday? I'm not live tomorrow, I don't think. Where am I? Wait, hold on. Let me double check. I'm clapping at some point. Okay, yeah. I'm not live tomorrow, but I'm live on Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern time for Super Battle Golf with friends. And then on Easter, I'm painting Easter eggs, and it's gonna be so poggers. I don't really have eggs yet, and I'm not really sure if it's a paint or a dye situation, but eggs will be decorated and it'll be really cute. So I hope you can be there. But yeah, let's say Kaze. Kaze's very nice. Kaze's very nice. Here's your message if you want it. And I'll see you next time. Goodbye, everyone. Make sure you drink plenty of water and eat enough food and get enough sleep tonight. Goodbye. Thank you, Rose. Oh my goodness. Good night. Get some rest. Good night. Good night.